Hello, 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 hello. My name is LaShawn, and I'm here with Let's Get Social, and I'm so excited. Uh, it says, please be sure. Hi, hello. Let me see. It looks like I'm having some trouble going live on Facebook. Let's see, save changes. Is it going live? It's not. Let you know if it's resolved. Please check Facebook to ensure this stream looks okay. This continues for a while. View on Facebook. Continue. Go live on Facebook. So we're just going to get started, and we're going live on YouTube, and we are going live on TikTok. Thank you. I'm so excited to be back. I'm excited to be back. It is a long time coming, and I feel like I haven't been on in so long. So I am excited to be back and do this sew along. So we're going to get started because why we have a lot to cover in this sew along. So we are doing Know Me pattern ME42 2042, and we're doing view A, which is this dress. And let me tell you, in preparing for this dress, I fell in love with the sleeves. I definitely plan to use the sleeves in other shirts that I'm going to make, in other dresses, in other tops, because I totally love it. And so because there are so many steps to this pattern, I did go ahead and thank you, Miss Carol. I miss you too. I absolutely missed it. While I was away, all I kept thinking about is I can't wait to get back and do a live. I have so many things to talk about, including my trip to Bali, or to Indonesia, which I was in Bali, and Malaysia and Singapore. I went fabric shopping in each one of those locations. So I'll talk a little bit about it today, but I'm going to do a whole live where I'm going to show you all the fabrics that I got and tell you about the people that I talked to and just share a lot of my experiences. I have literally been I was only home like 3 days for the whole entire month of July. So it has been just a whirlwind since I got back. And so I haven't just really had a chance to kind of process or decompress all the things that I've done over the last month. Um, so anyway, but I have definitely missed doing the lives, and I'm excited to kind of get into this. So in preparing for this live today, this sew along, I did several things to help kind of prepare, which includes I did like what I want to call half of the garment, meaning that if there were two pieces, like I did one of the arms, I did one of the pockets, I did one of the I did the ties, because as you all know, if you've ever been on a live, I struggle with the ties. Hi, Tydree. Thank you for hopping on. I appreciate you. So I did a lot of work in preparing, but also a lot of times what I do when I'm doing a live sew along for something I haven't made before, a lot of times I will do what I call wearable muslin, meaning I will make it first offline. But because I was traveling so much and there were so many steps to this pattern, like cutting all the pieces out and everything, I just did not have the time to be able to make this dress twice before this live. So, so doing half of the pieces or sewing through or going through the process of half of it really helped me be able prepare me for going through the process again to create or sew along the other. And also it'll help with time so that our sew along doesn't go on forever and ever, because we're only literally going to be doing half, for the most part, half of this. Now there are some pieces where I wasn't able to do it because otherwise you can't just create half of it, but you'll get the picture. So if there is anyone that is sewing along, please drop a, a needle and thread in the chat. And just so that you know, I am going to try one more time to revive my Facebook. For some reason, I'm having trouble going live on Facebook. And I'm just worried that there are going to be people that are, logged in and ready to go on Facebook. And may not be able to see because it's telling me that it's basically giving me a message. So I am logging. For those that haven't been on live with me before, I do stream to multiple platforms. In addition to streaming to TikTok, I'm also streaming to YouTube, and then I also stream to Facebook. And I'm getting a message from the platform that I use, StreamYard, that there was some trouble connecting on Facebook. Either way, I love the fact that I stream to YouTube because I can always post the end result on Facebook. So anyway, we're going to get started. Again, if you are sewing along, please drop a needle and thread or just say it in the chat. That way I can check in and make sure that as I'm going through the process that I don't leave anyone behind, because, I think it's a good thing if, you're sewing along. I'm excited always about that. So I do also follow the instructions because, again, why not? I personally need the instructions. So I'm not able to sew anything by visual cue at all. And so I rely heavily on the instructions unless I've done it before and I've, developed that skill set. So the first step is that, again, we're making the dress, which is view A. We are going to work on, the bodice, and we're going to be putting together the front. I have already put together the back. So this is a perfect example. Actually, I've already put together the lining. So this dress does have a lining to it. The bodice has a lining. Hi, Mary J. Welcome. Thank you for joining. This dress has a lining. So you are pretty much creating the bodice, the front and the back, twice. And so because I had to do it twice, I already created one of those pieces. And there is boning in this, which I'll talk about when we get to those steps. And it goes on the inner lining. And so I've pinned it to this dress form so that you can see it, so that I can see it. But I've already put the boning in, and I'll still talk about those steps just again so that you know. Hi, Tanya, welcome. Happy Friday. So step one is that you're going to take piece number one and you're going to put your darts in. And so one of the things that I did do in advance is I did do all of my darts for both the skirt and the top, again, to help expedite it. So piece number one does have two darts. It has one dart that it goes right here on the side, and then it has one dart that is at the bottom. And so I have put those two darts in already. And so here is my piece ones, my two pieces for piece one. So you put the darts in. So I've already put the darts in. And then that's the first step. And then the second step is, and I've also already interfaced all my pieces. So again, that was part of my prep work, was interfacing all the pieces. So the second step is to get piece number two, which is the bodice back. So that is literally this piece. So piece one is these two side pieces. If you can scoot that over so you can see. I feel like this camera is dirty. Okay, there we go. Look at that. That looks so much better. Okay, so piece one is this piece, the two front bodice pieces. Again, have a dart right here, and then there is a dart right here on both of these. They're exactly the same. And then piece two is this piece is a smaller piece. So there is another piece that's on this side, but it's a smaller piece that helps to make up this circle opening. And so you are going to take both of those pieces and you're going to put them right sides together and you're going to stitch. Let me do that. You are going to stitch along basically these short edges. You're going to stitch along that. So stitch here and you're going to stitch here after you put it right sides together. And so I have this fabric, which it is difficult to tell the wrong side for the right side, but I have little ways of telling which is the right side. So if I get it wrong ever, it's not going to be a huge deal, particularly if the piece is the same like it is on this. But I did make sure that I did all my notches and everything so that I can line everything up. Okay, so where are my needles? So I'm going to pin this. I've been using my pins a lot more lately. As you all, anybody that knows me, you know I love clips. They're still my favorite. But I don't know. I'm on a kick with these pins. Yeah, no, this fabric. So thank you. This fabric is fabric from Fabric Wholesale Direct, I believe is what it's called. And I purchased this fabric a while ago. So what I've been trying to do is use fabric from my stash. You can't see it, but I have probably like, I don't know, between 60 and 80 liter bins of fabric. And so I've been really trying to use that fabric instead of buying new fabric, which has been something that, I hate to say I do a lot. And so I've been trying to use it. So this fabric came from Fabric Wholesale Direct. Okay, so I am stitching the bodice back and I'm using 5/8 seam allowance. So I did cut this pattern in a size 14 because I'm using this kind of Ankara fabric and it does not really has minimal stretch to it. And I've been having a great summer, so I'm not at my slimmest. So I want to make sure that I don't put all this work in only to not be able to fit this. So I did cut a size 14 and I'm feeling good about it. I'm feeling really good about it. The other reason why you definitely want to make sure that you do your seam allowances, don't shorten them in this bodice section, particularly the back, is because you are putting boning in and you want to make sure that you have enough seam allowance, particularly on the back boning. You're not putting boning in the front, but on the back, because you're putting boning in and you want to make sure that you have enough of that seam allowance in order to be able to wrap in the boning. In this case, whatever you do on the back, you need to do on the front because you are going to be creating a facing and you need that to fit perfectly. You need it to match up. So if you don't do the same seam allowance on the front as you do on the back, you're going to be in a situation where it's not going to line up. Hi, Cynthia. Hi, Keith. Hi, Kia. Welcome. I'm so glad that you all stopped by. We are working on Know Me 2042 and we are doing the dress. And I'll keep reminding everyone because I know I didn't put it. I don't think I put it in the chat. I mean, I put it in the thing and the announcements. Maybe I did. All right. So we did stitch the two pieces together for piece 2. And now we are going to take piece 3. And where's my piece 3? There we go. And we're going to pin. Oh, no, that's piece 1. This is piece 2. Oh, here's piece 3. And we're going to pin piece 3 to piece 2. And then I'm going to press them. So again, right sides together. So here's my right side. And this is my right side. And I'm just going to pin these and we're going to stitch them. I am so sad that my Facebook is not working. I logged on extra early even to make sure that I would be able to get on. And for some reason, I am not able to get on. So anybody sewing anything tonight? Working on any sewing? Hi, Auntie Carol. All right. So I have that piece, and now I'm sewing on the other side, piece 3. Wait a minute. Oh, see, I put it on the wrong side that quickly. Right sides together. This is fabric. Again, it wouldn't have made a huge deal. This fabric is almost identical. One side is just like a slightly brighter than the other side. I mean, it's almost, you really can't tell, but because I've been looking at it so much over the last couple of days, I know. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for joining. Thank you for listening. You said you plan on Sunday. Yeah, Sunday is going to be exciting. I'm excited to sew. I've also been doing some prep for Sunday as well, so I'm excited about that. And you also want to make sure too, another thing you want to make sure is that you put these, when you're matching up piece 3, and I'm just telling you some of the things that I went through when I did this one, you want to make sure that you put them on correctly, because if you reverse this, then this, the circle is not going to line up because there's a shorter piece at the top and a larger piece at the bottom. So you do want to make sure that you're also kind of matching your notches, which I'm getting ready to do as I'm pinning this, because I'm noticing that. Okay, that's good. This one has notches. And this one does. So my notches came through on one side and not the other. So I'm about to re-snip them to make sure. Okay, that did. So one of them didn't come through. Okay, those came through. And let me just make sure that okay, here we go. One thing I realized with this pattern is that the notches are very important because, okay, that one came through. And this one came through, okay. So the notches are here, I just couldn't see them. All right, they did come through. Now I gotta match this up. Match up your notches. There we go. All right, I got it. So the bodice is pretty straightforward. there are 3 pieces to the back and then 1 piece in the front. And then you're connecting all of those pieces. And so what we're doing really right now is it's 2 pieces in the back, sorry, and 1 piece in the front. So we're creating the back, this full piece right here. And then once we create that, we will be connecting it to the front. Thank you, Shishi. How are you? I miss you. I saw something that you had posted, a couple of outfits that you had made on Instagram one day. Not Instagram, TikTok one day I had made. I was like, look at her. She is still going strong. Out here styling. Yeah, I did post for those that are interested, I did post my lineup. Now that I'm back and I'm going I posted all the things that I'm going to be sewing for the next 8 weeks. Actually, it's 10 weeks, but 2 of those weeks, Julian Creates is going to be guest hosting for me because one of the weeks I'm hoping, my plan is to be going to see Beyonce. And then the other week I am on a work trip, so I don't get back in time to be able to do my sew along. All right, so I've connected piece 2 to piece 3, and I'm just going to slide this back a little bit. I'll move it over here so you can still see it, and I'm going to stitch those in place. I also, just so that you know, I do have my serger here because there are pieces that I am going to be serging. But if you don't have a serger, you can definitely use pinking shears. You can use pinking shears because I've used those. Hi, Kizzy. Welcome. Thank you for hopping on. So some of the pieces I already serged in advance, just to make it, again, easy. All right, one side down, one side to go. Again, I'm sewing this together at 5/8 of an inch. Let me just make sure. Okay, that's pretty finished. And that is pretty finished. Okay. And now our next step is to do our ties. So I mentioned this earlier. I did, again, one of the other things I did to prep for this is that I did do the ties in advance because if you've been on with me where I've had ties, I struggled to get these turned, and I struggled this time nonetheless. So I was glad that I did them in advance. So you're going to create the ties. You are going to turn them. I do have turners. I do have safety pins, and I used a combination of both to get these extremely long ties done, but I was able to get them done. And so when you turn them, then you are going to basically sew those ties. There are notches, buttons. There are markings at the bottom, and you are going to turn it on the right side, and you're going to pin the ties, one end of the ties. So the open end of the tie, you're going to pin, and you're basically pinning it in the seam allowance so that when you put the, when you do the lining, it'll basically be sandwiched in between the lining. So I'm just going to pin this in here. this little teeny thing. All right, one pinned. And now I'm pinning the other one. This thing was, I'm telling you, it gave me a whole fit. But I'm so glad that I was able to get them done. I can't imagine spending 20 minutes trying to get it done today. So this, I usually try to do beginner patterns. I try to do beginner patterns. Hi, Greta. But this pattern is what they call, I think they said it's average. Let me see. What did they say? Average. And I would agree, I couldn't agree more that this is definitely an average, requires an average skill set for a lot of reasons. Some of the, for me, some of the terminology that's used, I had to look up just so I made sure I knew what I was doing. For example, they used the term, when I was creating the welted pockets, which is another reason I would say that this is more, it requires more than beginner skill set. They used the term that I wasn't familiar with, which was, they said, they used this term. Let's see, what did they use? Where is it? Now I can't find it. Seam line. Seam line. Do you know what a seam line is? Does anybody know what a seam line is? I didn't know what it was. I had to look it up. I've never heard it. I've never seen it in a pattern before. So I had to look it up, and it's very important to make sure that when you are putting on your welted pockets that they turn out right. So I'm saying all that to say, and I will talk about it when I get to the welted pocket, but I didn't know what that was. I thought I knew what it was. Guessing is not a good thing unless you want to use your seam ripper, because if you get it wrong, that's exactly what you're going to be doing. It's right. Yes, right. Auntie Carol said it is the 5/8 line. And I didn't know what that was. I'm telling you, I did not know what it was. And because I didn't know what it was, I had to end up taking apart my welted pocket because it said, put it on the seam line. And I put what I thought the seam line was, because it seemed like, oh, why wouldn't I know what that is? That's so obvious. I've been sewing for a year. I should know what a seam line is. When my pocket didn't turn out right, I was like, I got it wrong. And so when I looked it up, that's when I realized it is basically the line that you are stitching on. That's basically what it is. Hi, Katrina. And so if it's the 5/8, then that's what it would be. But in some cases, it might be a different line if you're sewing on a different, if your seam allowance is smaller than that. Let's see. I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful. I think somebody asked how far along I am. I thought I saw that comment. Yes, right. It could be 3/8. It could be like wherever they're telling you to sew, that's where the seam line is. So how far along am I? I have just put together, I'm still working on the bodice. I have just put together pieces 2 to pieces 3. So piece 2 is the one that creates the circle. So I just put this piece together and I attached it to piece 3. And then I just pinned the ties on to the front side. So that is where I'm at. And in terms of steps, I am on step 7 and getting ready to move to step 8. And so step 8 is basically where you are taking your 2 front pieces. So your piece number 1s, and Yeah, I knew what you meant, Auntie Carol, depending on. um, so you are taking your two front pieces and you are now attaching them to your back pieces. And so you're going to do that the same way, right sides together. Wrong side. Here we go. And you also want to be mindful that you do not get your ties caught up when you are sewing these two pieces together, except for the part that's intended to be caught up. So I am right sides together, pinning my piece 1s to my piece 3. Looks like Facebook is still not connected, which I am extremely sad about. So I'm gonna have to troubleshoot that when we finish this. I know. Right. I got my camera and my tripod now. But you know what? For old times, Shishi, I think I can do that. I know. Oh my goodness. I know. I think I need to do that too. That was just part of my thing. Let me tell you what made me stop doing that. My daughters came over and they were like, "Mom, why are you doing that? Like that's so like old school. Like why don't you take like real pictures? Get your tripod out and blah blah blah." So that's why I stopped doing it. My daughters made me feel like I was old. That's how I feel. Really, my oldest daughter was like, "Mom," and holding my camera. I know. Me too. Me too. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it with this dress. Actually, you know what? I do still do it. I just don't post it. I probably have some. I usually do it and I'll be like send it to people that I know aren't really on social media and be like, "Oh, look at this dress I made. Look at this top I made." I don't really do a video, but I might do a picture. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Watch. And I'm gonna tag you. I'm gonna be like, for old time's sake. I know. I'm like, you know what? All else, Shishi, I haven't posted in a while. Like me actually sewing. Like, remember in the beginning when I used to sew like step by step before I really started going live. Like, I would make the videos, and I actually do have some unposted videos in my phone. Okay, so I've gotten these all pinned, and now I am getting ready to stitch 5/8 seam allowance. And again, I am stitching in place. Gotta make sure I do not stitch over my pin that I use to pin this thing on. Tie in place. So 5/8. I'm also pinning the tie. I'm also stitching the tie, sandwiching it in between the back and the front. Hey Aisha, hey friend. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Right. You're right. I haven't really because I had this regular live schedule. So you're right. That is part of it. That is definitely part of it. But I miss those videos. I do. And you know what? I like that now because I stream right to YouTube. I always do have that archive of the video. So I can always take pieces from that and create a smaller, shorter video. And I actually have done that one time before. It just takes, as you know, much longer to cut out all the talking pieces and all that. Okay, one side down. And now I'm doing this side. I do love this fabric. I'm excited. Wait till you see the fabric. So I'm going to be on Auntie Carol's Sew Along on Sunday, and I also have some really cute fabric for that I really like. You say you need an adjustment to your hat. Okay, bring your hat over, and I'll make an adjustment to it. I think I could do that. All right, so I have finished. I have finished step 8, which is basically stitching the front sections to the back at the sides, being careful basically not to get the ends, the free ends of the ties, which let me verify I didn't get them. Yep, so I only have the tie. The part that's supposed to be attached is in there, and that is the only part that's in there. So that's number 8. So step number 9 is putting the darts into the bodice lining, which I have already done because, as I mentioned earlier, I already fully did the lining. So the lining is completely done. I just have it on this dress form. So the good news is that the lining is done. If you are doing this on your own, you're basically creating, again, that front and back bodice, the whole entire bodice piece. You are creating it twice. One of them will serve as the lining, and the other will serve as the actual outside fabric. And so what you're doing, steps 9 is putting in the darts, which I already did. Step 10 is putting in piece number 2, which is the circle, which you see right here. And then step 11 is attaching piece 3, which is those side back pieces, to piece number 2. And then you are going to be putting in your, once you attach those back pieces together, then you're going to be putting in your boning. And so I've already, again, put in my boning. What I did not do is I didn't stitch at the end. So I do need to stitch at the ends, but just a little piece of instruction about the boning. Thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. I feel so special. Thank you. Is when you're cutting the boning, there is no guide measure for the boning. What you are going to do is you're going to use the actual garment itself to measure your boning. And so pretty much what I did, there are 4 pieces of boning that you're going to put in. And you are basically putting in a piece of boning in between each of those sections that you're attaching. So you have 1 piece right here, a shorter piece, in between piece, in between. So you're going to, before you put in the boning, you're going to also attach the front piece, piece 1 to piece 2, and piece 2 to piece 3. All of those pieces are going to be attached to the front and the back. And so you are putting a piece of boning in between piece 1, which is the front piece, and piece 3, which is the side back piece. And then you're putting another piece of boning, which is going right here in between piece 3 and piece 2. No boning in between piece 2, which you're attaching to create the circle. And then boning again on the other side, same between piece 2 and piece 3. And then between piece 1 and piece 3, you are putting a piece of boning. And so when you're doing the boning, you're going to basically measure, you're going to hold it up to the fabric, and you're going to measure the length, but you want to keep it short, like 5/8 inch short on the top and the bottom, so that you can, you can have your seam allowance be free of the boning. So that's the only other thing. And then the last part is they do encourage you to kind of round the edges, which I did do as well before I put them in. So you're going to round the edges. Hi, Rachel. I am making Know Me 2042, and I am doing the dress. So right now we have just finished working on the bodice. We've sewn together the front bodice, and then I had already prepped by doing the back bodice and inserting the boning in each piece. And so the last thing I'll mention is that, and I think I said this already, which I have to do, is that after you insert the boning, they do recommend in the instructions that you put a stitch across the top and the bottom to make sure that the boning stays in place. And so I did not do that step. All right, so that takes us to insert the boning into the matching casing. I did that. Stitch across the upper and lower edges of each casing. So that is what I'm about to do. Step 14. I'm going to stitch across the top and the bottom so that my boning stays in place. So it's just a quick stitch in over the casing. And you're doing that right in your seam allowance. The back bodice is multiple pieces. So that circular piece, it is done. And I don't know why they didn't do it on the fold, because there's no boning in the middle. So I'm not really sure why they didn't do it on the fold, but it is two separate pieces, not on the fold, for that piece number 2, which is that circular piece. I haven't seen any reason up to this point why, if I ever made it again, I wouldn't just do it on the fold for that piece. All right, and now I'm going to flip it around and do the top. And the same thing with the skirt. The skirt, they did the same thing where it is not on the fold. It's separate pieces. And maybe that's to give it a better fit. But the front and the back skirt is also the same. They're both exactly the same, but it's not done on the fold. Okay, that's one. So yeah, I'm not sure. I was thinking about that too. Once I had put the whole thing together, the whole lining piece together, I was like, because that's one less step. I'm all about less steps. All right. Okay. So now I have, let me just make sure I didn't miss any questions. Okay, good. All right, so now I've put that little piece of stitching in to make sure that the boning doesn't move. And it's saying with right sides together, you're gonna pin the lining to the bodice, making sure that you match your centers, and then you're gonna stitch the back circle. So I'm gonna do right sides together. And again, I'm gonna always make sure that I don't get this tie caught up, because the worst thing would be for this tie to get stitched somewhere where it's not supposed to be stitched. So I'm actually going to do something even better, which is I'm going to wrap it really small and then tie it in a little knot so it stays together. And then I'll just iron it out when I'm done. And this will just make sure that it does not get So I'm so excited to try this dress on. You have no idea. My fingers are crossed that it's going to fit. I cut a size 14. And that lined up with, you know, my measurements and everything. So I'm feeling good about it. But your girl has been having a great time this summer. Okay. So what? Okay. So what I'm realizing is that remember earlier on I talked about that, making sure that you have piece 2 and piece 3 lined up right. So that your circle lines up. Guess what? One of mine is not lining up. So what does that mean? That means that I'm going to have to seam rip, and I'm not seam ripping this one, even though this one, the one that I put the boning in, is the wrong one. I'm going to seam rip the one that I did not put the boning in, and we're going to turn these pieces around, and they're going to be on the wrong side, which thank goodness that you're not going to be able to tell, because the fabric is really close to the same on both sides. So indulge me. Let me just make sure. I'm going to make sure before I do it, because the one thing I know about doing something on live is that it's easy to think you did something wrong when you did not. Right sides together. This is the right side. That's the right side. Yep. Okay. So we are keeping this one, and we're going to turn this one around. So I am going to seam rip this. Before I do that, let me turn my light on. See, we were making great progress. We're making great progress. So what I'm doing so that I can turn this around, you said which one is wrong. So if you can see this, my table, the part that is wrong is that this wider piece, this wider section should be, well, let me say this. What you see on the table is actually correct. The wider section should be at the top, and the smaller section should be at the bottom. However, when I did my lining, I did not properly match up my notches. So when I'm lining both of these pieces up, I have the wider pieces at the bottom and the thinner pieces at the top, which is not correct. However, because I've already put my boning in, it would take me in order to take these two pieces out and correct it, I would have to take out the boning of this whole section and redo it. So, hey, Joshi. So what is easier is to take my outside piece and just flip these two pieces around, because I'm fortunate that the fabric it's pretty much identical. No one, you will not know that it's different on both sides. So I'm going to take out this section 2, and I'm just going to reverse that section. And that way it will allow me to be able to basically align the smaller part at the top and the wider part at the bottom. That is what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to use my seam ripper the safe way, which is not rip all the way through this, because I do not want to have to cut another piece. Yeah, so that is that when I was putting some other pieces together, I realized, like, oh, you do have to transfer your markings, but not only transfer your markings, you need to look at them too, because as I transferred my markings on this and my notches, but because the pieces lined up, I just stitched them on there and didn't make sure that the notches were lined up. And now here I am using my friend, the seam ripper. So fortunate that it's not going to take me that long. So we probably got a 20-minute setback to take this out and restitch it. I'm literally going to take it out, just turn it around, and then stitch these two pieces back together. At some point, I'm going to have some music on, because I'm traditionally streaming to Facebook and YouTube, and they don't like music. I haven't been playing music on TikTok. So, but Tydree sent me I guess, I don't forget what you call it, uncopyrighted, or a playlist or a YouTube link of music that is not, I guess it's not copyrighted or it's free use. And it's actually really good. So I wish I would have thought about it before I got on here. I would have had her resend me the link or look for it, so I could have put the music on. But for next Friday, we'll have some music in the background. In the background, we will. All right, almost done taking out the first piece. I wish I could master the art of using a seam ripper. I've only done it a couple of times, and by a couple, I mean literally two, where I've used a seam ripper and just go straight down without ripping a hole in my fabric. The rest of the times, usually I have a hole in my fabric before I get through. I don't think TikTok flags it unless you're not talking. It can't be music only. Oh, right. TikTok doesn't flag it. And you're right. That's been my experience too. I've had music on when I was used to just stream or go live on TikTok. I never had problems with the music. But since I'm also right now, I'm also streaming I'm streaming only to YouTube, but normally I stream to both YouTube and Facebook, and they do flag the music. So that's why I haven't been playing it since I've been streaming on all three platforms at the same time. I haven't been playing the music so that I don't. But Tydree found a playlist that she's used, and she hasn't had any problems with it. So I said I think she used it on Instagram, because Instagram, I think, is another one that will kick you off. So TikTok is pretty much the only one that doesn't kick you off for music. But Tydree found something that she found a playlist that basically doesn't get you kicked off. And she's used it, and I think Carmen's used it too with success. So I said I'm going to do it. I use StreamYard, which I have been using it. I think I got it in May, and I used it in May and in June, and I absolutely love it. I love it because the video quality is amazing. I love it because the way you can interact with people. So like if you log in on my YouTube right now, the way I'm able to interact with you on YouTube through StreamYard and even Facebook is different than how I can interact with you. Like I can take your comments and I can post it on the screen. I can do all kinds of stuff that it's much easier to do through StreamYard. And my hope is that at some point, Instagram is working on, when I reached out, they're working on allowing StreamYard on Instagram. I don't think TikTok is working on it though. But I love StreamYard. Yeah, I have a code. I think it's like $10 off. If you're interested, I can send it to you. If you decide, once you look it up, look it up on YouTube. There's a lot of videos and you can really get an idea, a feel for it. And I think there's also a free option too. So you can really get a feel for it. It just limits some of what you can do, but you may not be doing those things anyway. So you might be like, all right, I'm good with the free. But I like it a lot. All right, so I'm done the first piece and I'm well on my way into taking out the second piece. And again, all I'm going to do is just flip. Flip this middle piece around and restitch it. And then we're going to move right on to that next step, which is to basically stitch the lining to the fabric. Look, I knew I was like, I'm not going to make it through one whole live sew along without using the seam ripper, even though I prepped. Let's see. Yeah, maybe that's the case. But it's okay. I love TikTok. I like TikTok, because of all of you. Like the TikTokers are so engaging, interacting, and so you're not just on here sewing by yourself. People like you are all, engaged and interested, and it because there's no, I'll say it 50 times over. There is no, more engaged group of people on a social platform. But I think Facebook is catching up for sure. All we need on TikTok is the ability easy ability to save the video, which I think you can download and save it, but save it on the platform. That's what I mean. Like how you can on Facebook and YouTube and even Instagram. All right, more than halfway done. For those that are joining, I am basically taking apart one section of my bodice because I stitched the lining backwards and I need to just make a quick correction. And then we're going to get right back online. If there is anyone that is sewing along, or even if you plan to sew it later and you have questions, drop them in the chat so I can answer them. I'm more than happy if you plan on sewing this. And I'm also going to share with you, some of what I found, like tips or whatever, as I was sewing it. Again, I did not, one of the things I try to do when I'm going to sew on live is I try to make it before, if it's something that I've never done before, but I just wasn't able to do that with this. So what I did do to make myself familiar with this pattern is I did a lot of prep. I did like half of things I sewed together to help me get familiar with the steps. All right, last little piece. And then we're going to be all done. All right, there we go. All right, so here we go. So here's the middle piece that I just took apart. I'm iron it really quick. Iron those folds out. Iron the folds out, and then I am gonna turn it over, turn it around. So let me see. This is, make sure I have it. Okay, here we go. And I'm gonna make sure it lines up with this, with my lining. All right. And there we go. That's it. It's just like that. All right, let me pin it down. So all I did was just turn it around. And now I'm pinning it, and I'm going to stitch these right back in. Oh, okay. So that's a great question about the sleeves. So in the pattern photo, I couldn't really tell, are the sleeves tied in a knot or bows or crisscross? So the sleeves are actually a ruffle is what it is. And it is probably the coolest thing ever because I did this one. So what you see right here, let me see if I can, well, before I take it off, let me try to show it to you on here so you could see. So the sleeve, no, let me take it off so I can bring it closer. Okay. So this is the sleeve. This is the part that attaches to the bodice. And you basically create this large ruffle piece that go, and you sandwich it in. Same way I sandwiched in the ties to the front. You get a front sleeve and you have a back sleeve. And in the middle of that, you create this large ruffle piece, which starts out wider at the top and it gets narrower. You can see it gets narrower at the bottom, and you sandwich it in, and then you put a piece of elastic in the middle, which is where you get this kind of crinkling, and it creates this ruffle effect. And it is, I absolutely love it. So it's a ruffle is what it is. It is a ruffle. And the sleeve is also, it's different. I mean, I haven't seen a sleeve like this, and I wasn't really sure what to expect from the, from the picture, but what I will tell you is that it was very easy to make, and I will definitely be doing it again, 100%. I like it a lot, a lot, a lot. And I will do it on other shirts, and I will do it on other dresses, and I really like it. But it looks probably more complicated than it is, but it is literally 3 pieces, a front sleeve, a back sleeve, and then a ruffle. And I think it's actually, once we put this front and back together, it is, Lord, see, this is what happens when you don't pay attention. It is, oh no, that was right. Shoot. It is the next step, I believe, after I sew this together and then pin the lining, and sew the lining to the fabric. It's the next step. So I think we're doing the sleeve next. All right, so that's one. And then let me do this one. Right sides together. And I'm just pinning, and then I'm going to stitch both of these pieces. I do. I love the halter. I love that, the halter top. I'm loving that as well. So I'm really excited about it. I like it. And to your point, I didn't think I would make the shirt, but I do think I will make the shirt as well. Even I feel like the shirt would be also good as a crop. So taking off that peplum and just doing like a crop top, I think it would be with those sleeves. I think would be also something I would really like. So yeah, lesson learned is don't just cut the notches and the markings. Make sure that you match them up, or you'll be doing what I'm doing, which is using your seam ripper to make the connection. To make the correction. All right, so I have pinned those, and now I am about to, okay, where am I? Here we go. Now I'm about to stitch these. And I'm doing again 5/8 inch seam allowance. And I'm also making sure that my ties do not get caught up in when I'm stitching this. I am so grateful that this was an easy fix, that I didn't have to take this whole thing apart. And it's only one part. Okay, one down, one to go. All right, there we go. Hey, Jalen. All right, right sides together. Right sides together. Yay. Thank you for blessing me with the easy fix. I'm so glad. So right sides together, and now we are pinning all of this together. So let's see. Actually, we're not pinning all of it together. What we are sewing is around the circle. And then we are going to turn this right side out. So I am just lining up my seams. And actually, I'm going to just stitch this. I'm going to iron this so that it's easier to line up the seams. There we go. And now I'm going to line up my seams. And when you use this colorful fabric, you read the pattern first, or just really, oh no, thank you, So Girl. No, I definitely read the instructions. In fact, you can't see them, but they are right here. I'm okay. Look, I'm okay with using the instructions. In fact, I need the instructions. I need them. I rely on them heavily. I use them. One of the things I will say is like, like there's people like Shishi or like Tydri, and they don't even use the instructions. I see, I've sewn with them before on live, and they will just be like off the top of their head, just be putting things together. I could never. I mean, I could never. I just don't see in any world. Well, McCall 7999, that's probably it. But outside of that one, no. Mm-mm. I'm having the instructions by my side. Yes, like, and I'm not ashamed of it. I will always use the instructions. And look, let me tell you, I read these pattern instructions and it humbles me every time. Anytime I make a move without the instructions, it usually results in the seam ripper coming out. So I hope one day that I can look at, look at a pattern and be like, oh yeah, I know what to make that. I know what to do. And maybe with time, I'll get there. I've only been sewing for a little over a year. So maybe one day I'll get there. But right now, I am not there. I am not there. Okay. So I've pinned the circle. The circle is looking fabuloso. And so I am going to go to the sewing machine and I'm going to stitch around the circle. Yes, I started sewing July of last year. So, but I sewed quite a bit. So I feel like I've made so much progress in this year that I have been sewing. A lot of progress. Um, okay, so I'm sewing around this, and then we also have to do an understitch of the lining. So here we go. I'm sewing around, and let me see. Am I stitching? I am stitching, and then I'm going to trim and then understitch. So here we go. And I'm doing it at 5/8 of an inch. Let's see. Thank you, Soul Girl. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate your kind words. I appreciate you. All right, here we go. Sewing in a circle, sewing around a circle is, you can't go fast. That's for sure. Oh, you know what? For the person that I forget, I think it was So Girl that asked about StreamYard. The other thing I do like about StreamYard too is that you could have multiple cameras and multiple people. So in addition to streaming on multiple platforms, you can also have multiple people join you. I think up to like 10 people can sew along with you. You could have multiple cameras at the same time. So like on my YouTube, they can see two different views. They could see my table, they could see my sewing, they could see me all at the same time. And Facebook would have the same view if Facebook was working right, which it's not today. Trying to think what else I like about it. Just a lot. It's really good. All right, there we go. So we have stitched this circle piece, and now we are going to understitch. So we do need to understitch. And so when I'm understitching, I need to stitch. So the side, the boning, the piece with the boning is the piece that is the lining. So I am literally going to, I need to clip some, make some little clips in here. So it's easy to turn this. So I'm just cutting out, like they have on the picture, 4 little clips, and then I'm going to understitch. Then I'm going to turn it. What time is it? 8:16. Okay. So we're making good timing. Not bad. All right, so this is my side with my boning. So I am literally going to stitch. I'm gonna, when you understitch, you are literally flipping that seam allowance over onto the side that you want to stitch it on. Which is going to be kind of tricky because, here we go. You got to open it up to make sure you don't stitch it onto the other piece. So you have to open up your piece a little bit and then flip your seam allowance over. All right, so I'm going to work on that, and it should not take long. This is going to be a little tricky, but I got it. Hi, Mika. Yes, I'm back on my lives, girl. Back on my lives. I'm sewing. Where's my pattern? ME 2042. And we're still working on the bodice. I'm basically doing the understitching right now. All right, here we go. Hi, Miss Tata. Oh, you said as soon as I'm at your stream again, you lost connection. Oh, well, I'll repeat it. Hopefully you don't lose connection. I hope it's not one of those words that gets me kicked off, but we'll see. Then I'll just know. I was saying that it lets you have multiple cameras at the same time. So in addition to being able to stream to multiple platforms, you also have multiple cameras that you can use. So the people who are watching me on my other platforms, they can see 2 different views because I have 2 cameras. One that shows my workspace and then one that shows me. So I like that too. That's what I was saying. Hopefully. Oh yeah, right. I know, right? I love that. Miss Tata, I'm so glad to be back. Thank you so much for the gifts. Yeah, this is how I do this is sewing live is my decompression. Making my own clothes is how I decompress. I love it. And I did miss. I mean, I was off. I think my last sew was like the week before I left out of the country. So what was that, June 20 something? Because I don't think I sewed live on June. I left on June 30th, which was a Friday. So I definitely didn't sew live that day. And this is my first time sewing live since then. So it's been a minute. It's been like 6 weeks, and that's a long time. It's been a long time. So I'm back. I put my schedule up so you know what I'm sewing on Fridays. I think I put it up. I think it was like 8, 9, 10 weeks. All right, doing this understitching. So far, so good. So the other reason why I would say this, you know, they rated this pattern as average, and I would agree, because of like the trickiness of doing understitching around this circle. Yay, it's Friday. Let me see. She was sewing and she had 3 views, her machine, a close-up of her sewing. Yeah, so that's what I want to do. Eventually, I want to set it up so that I could have a close-up of my sewing, so I could have 3 different views. The challenge with having 3 views is that, you know, because I can only stream, you need a camera for everyone. And the challenge that I have right now is that every stream that you have on the one platform, you need to be able to control the sound or it will echo. So I haven't figured that part out. I have another iPad that I could use to have another view, but I don't know how to control the sound for more than 2 cameras. Otherwise I just get this uncontrollable echoing that I don't know how to get rid of. But there's clearly a way, because to your point, there are people that have like multiple cameras. And I've seen it on YouTube when I'm looking on YouTube. Can you mute? Yeah, so even when I mute it, because the cameras are in the same room, it still creates this echo, and I'm not really sure why. But there is something that it's probably user error. In fact, it is user error because people are doing it. I just haven't figured it out. But I have tried the mute option, and that hasn't given me the results that I want. But I'm gonna figure it out, because I think it would be so cool if you could see, like, I actually can move my camera on this one. But if you could actually see a close-up of me sewing, I think that would be just so cool. In addition to being able to see my workspace, in addition to being able to see me without me having to do like a whole lot of maneuvering, that would be just so cool. Let me see what else. I need to put something down here so I can see your comments. Sometimes it's hard to see your comments because the lettering is white and my table is white. Okay, there we go. So that helps me. That gives me some background. Thank you for sharing my live. Miss Tata, you are the best. You're always sharing and gifting and liking, and I love you for it. Yes, so I did go out of the country. I was gone for about 2 weeks. I left on June 30th, and I got back on July 16th, I think. 16th? Yeah, I think that's right. And while I was out, I went to Indonesia. I was in Bali for a week. And then, I went fabric shopping, by the way, at all of these places, and got, learned a lot about the culture, and learned a lot about, their fabrics that they make. But I went to Indonesia. I went to Bali which is in Indonesia. And then I went to Singapore, and I stayed in the hotel. If you've ever seen, sorry, your 2 cameras. Just a view of really low setting. Yeah, it just, for some reason, it still makes echoing, but I'm gonna figure it out. So anyway, I went to Indonesia, I went to Singapore, and if you ever seen Crazy Rich Asians, the movie, I stayed in that hotel. I forget what it's called, Sand something, I forget. And it's everything. It's such a nice place, and I love Singapore. It's just a nice place. I really like it a lot. And Then I went to Malaysia, and I went to two places in Malaysia. I went to a place called what was Malacca, and then I also went to a place called Kuala Lumpur, which I loved. I loved it so much that I even started. I went on Zillow and it's like, do they have any places for sale? Can I buy a home here? The downside is that you are on a plane for 12 hours to get there. Or let me see. Sorry. You are on a plane for 24 hours. It's 24 hours to get there. And you are a 12-hour time difference. So when it was 7 p.m. here, it was 7 a.m. there. And that was a whole thing to get used to. But I loved it. It was an amazing trip. It was not a restful vacation because every day we went with a travel group, and every day we got up at like 6:30 in the morning every day, and we went and did activities like almost every day. Like the days that I had off was the days that I went and bought fabric, or went to the market or went to the fabric district. Like when I was in Bali, they have like a fabric district. Or you go to I went to a place before we left Bali where they actually make the batik cotton, and I took video of them actually, like the process of them dyeing it using wax or hand painting it, and also the process of them using those machines like that wheel. Like I'm sure you all seen that, like when you were in elementary school, where they actually put the thread on with that little bicycle looking wheel. And it just made me think, like, they were saying, hey, it take basically like make a meter of fabric. I think they said it takes like 3 weeks. And you think about, oh my goodness, the way we discard clothes in this country or around the world, and knowing that it took somebody 3 weeks to make something, it just makes you have a whole new perspective on upcycling and recycling of fabric, because it just gives you a different perspective. All right, so let's see. I did the understitching. It's done. Drop my pins on the ground. All right, understitching is done, and yay, okay, it doesn't look too bad. And now we are going to flip this. So let me see. Aisha, are you still on? So funny, because I called Aisha when it came for this circle piece. I was like, Aisha is telling me that I need to stitch this this circle on the wrong side, and I'm not feeling how it's going to turn out. Like, how is it going to turn? And she was trying to explain it to me. And I was like, I don't see it. I don't think I'm going to be able to turn this on the right side to hide the stitching. And so ultimately I had to end up making one, like doing a mock-up and turning it. Where's my little mock-up that I did? I don't know what I did. Oh, here it is. So again, I'm doing this circle piece. You see, I got it all, I got it turned. I'm going to press it in a minute. But I wasn't clear to me how this was going to be. I was going to be able to turn these pieces on the right side after sewing them together on the wrong side. I was like, it's a circle. How does it work? So I had to I took a piece of fabric. This probably looks familiar. I used this fabric to make my frock tails dress. Another fabric that I got these batches of fabric from Fabric Wholesale Direct. And this was one. I got a couple more other ones that I really like. But anyway, I basically recreated this circle so that I can visually see it for how I'm going to stitch this on the wrong side and then turn it over, because I couldn't process how that was going to work. And so, somebody was asking me earlier, like, do you use the instructions? Yes, I use the instructions. And even then, sometimes it's not clear to me, and I have to play around with it because it's just not clear how it's going to work to me. So I play around with it. So I'm about to press this. I'm about to press this and so that it will lay flat and look amazing. Ooh, steam. This steam will burn your hands off. So if y'all remember, if you weren't live with me before, you know I was supposed to be getting some gloves. I did not get the gloves, the steam gloves. They do have them on Amazon. If somebody put them in their store, I will get it because I need them. This iron, this steam burns my fingers up every time. I never understood how back in the day people would touch the hot comb. I just never understood. I would never be that person that would be able to do that because this steam alone just tears my fingers up. Look at that. This just looks, I'm so happy with this. You just don't even know. Yes, I did. Yes, I fixed it. It was not a difficult fix. It took me probably 20 minutes, Brenda, to fix it. Fixed and back together. Hopefully that's the only little glitch we run into. Because I want us to move right on through. Move right on through. I'm so happy with this. This looks so good. Now I'm going to tell you what I am nervous about, which will make it work. We'll figure it out. I am nervous because, so this part right here was supposed to be on the bottom, and this part was supposed to be at the top. And part of the reason that this probably has more space is because you are going to create a casing in it. But it shouldn't be an issue. I have room up here to do the casing. So I think we should be okay. It just will be a small one. Ooh. Here we go. All right, so we have, let me go back to my instructions, my favorite instructions. Let me see. I can text you the link to those gloves. Oh yeah, please text me to the link. And if you have an Amazon store, if you could put them in the store, that would be great, because then I can just buy them from your Amazon store. That would be great. Please text me your Amazon link, Mika, if you have a store. If you don't have a store, get a store so I can buy them from your store. I would love to be able to do that. Okay, so let me see. Next instruction is, it says turn line into the inside, press base upper and armhole edges. So that's what we get ready to do. Let me just lay this out so you can see it. What I'm about to do, I'm just going to point it out to you. So I'm going to line this up. So this is now wrong sides together facing each other. Right sides are out. I'm going to line this up and I'm literally going to baste stitch, do a base stitch. I'm going to pin and do a base stitch around this entire upper edge. So top around the armhole. Can you see that? Yes. Top around the armhole, top of this around the other armhole, and top. Again, this is wrong sides together facing each other, right sides facing out. And I'm going to do a basting stitch there. So the other thing I do want to mention too, which I kind of skipped over this because I didn't, this pattern calls for 1/4 inch bias tape to cover your on your arms, to cover the edges on the arms, kind of like to give it a clean finish. I did try working with that 1/4 inch bias tape. It was just too small. I struggled to, pin it on there, to stitch it. It was looking a hot mess. So that's why I ended up using my serger. And I did not use the bias tape. Did not use it. I just couldn't manipulate it enough to sew it on. It would have, and the other option is to maybe use a larger bias tape, but I didn't try it. It was quicker for me to serge it, and that's what I did. So I just wanted to point that out, that if you have a serger and you want to have that clean finish, you can cover those edges with you could serge it instead of using the bias tape. Also, so Dewana, when she does hers, she uses a different kind of fabric. I forget the name of it, but it's basically, I think it was organza is what she said it was. I think that's right. So it's see-through. And so she used bias tape to help give it that clean finish because her fabric is see-through. So you can't, the areas that I use the bias tape on, you don't even see. I mean, the areas that I serge, sorry, you don't even see them with my fabric because it's not see-through. Let me see. Hi, Karen. How are you? I've been great. This is my first live back since I've been back. And we're making great progress. So in terms of putting this pattern together, your heavy or I guess the things that will take you the longest are, I guess I would say putting the bodice together is, what I call like one section. Something went out. Did I lose my phone? Hopefully it didn't die. Putting the bodice together, which is what we've been doing. So that's like part one section. Doing the sleeves is what I would say is the second lengthy part, which we're going to get to next. And then I would say the buttons. So there's the dress and it has 10 buttons to it. And I would say that's probably the third most, lengthy in terms of time step that you would have to do. Okay, you're recovering. Well, I'm definitely wishing you a speedy recovery. Definitely wishing you a speedy recovery. Thank you for hopping on. I appreciate you for sure. I'll be right back. I'm just looking to see what happened with why did I get kicked off? Oh, there we go. Okay. Back on. Oh, my watch decided to open up the camera. I don't know why, but my workspace got kicked off. So, bring. Let's see. So, let me tell you, when I was on my trip, I was gone for a total of, it took 24 hours to get over to, I guess you would call that like East Asia. It took 24 hours basically to get there. And because there's a 12-hour difference, I lost one whole day. So I left the United States on June 30th. And by the time I got off the plane into Indonesia, it was June 2nd. So I never actually experienced July 1st off the plane. Like I was on the plane. And when I got off, a whole day had been gone, which was so interesting to me. But the same thing happened coming back. I left on, let's say, I believe I left on the 16th. I left on the 16th and I got back here on the 16th. So, that same day that I lost, I gained, coming back, which again just blows my mind. Um, that, that happened. Uh, so anyway, when I got there, I will tell you, like, I love Bali. The people, I love of all the people, and I loved all the people that we met. Everyone was so nice. I would say Singapore is probably more like America in terms of the mannerisms and the people, but it is also like super safe. Like you feel so safe there. For example, people, well, they have cameras everywhere for one thing. So if you do something, people are gonna know. They're gonna know that you did it. But people just leave their purses lying around open. I was in a coffee shop and people just leave their laptop. Like you see laptops around and people are just, mingling and doing other things and nobody touches it. And I'm like, oh no, like I'm a person, I stay at any hotel. Like if I'm gonna feel comfortable, and not only am I gonna lock the door, I'm gonna put a chair, I'm gonna like do all these extra things. And that's here in the United States. Look, I'm not playing no games with nobody, taking no chances. But yeah, I mean, I felt so comfortable, so safe there. We were like walking around and it's so beautiful, it's so scenic. And there was like a place where people who just when they take a break during the day, they were just like laying on the grass sleep, like in broad daylight, just many people. And I mean, when I say sleep, I mean sleep, sleep. Just and so we have a guide, and the guide is basically telling us like, yeah, when people are taking a break, their lunch break, they just come out here and they just go to sleep. Or workers who like work on the street, like clean the street, or whatever they might be doing, like helping with traffic or whatever, construction or something like that. If they want to take a break, they just come over here, they eat their lunch, they lay down and take sleep. And I mean, we saw lots of people just out, just taking a nap in broad daylight with obviously no care in the world. That would be just akin to me going right out here on an open grass lawn in my neighborhood and just closing my eyes and going to sleep. It will never happen. Never. But those are the kinds of things that I experienced while I was there. You said, is that the place where I said I'd like to live? It wasn't the place that I said I would love to live. Where I was looking for a house was in Kuala Lumpur, which was in Malaysia. Another beautiful, beautiful place, just very nice. But the people were the nicest, were the kindest. And so, when I was in Bali, one of the things that they don't have, let me make sure I'm doing this right. So this is a basting stitch. So that upper stitch is actually a basting stitch. I need to adjust. So I'm doing 5.0 for a basting stitch. And so, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so they don't have like any traffic lights or anything like that. And so people just drive like in any direction, like wherever you need to go. Not any direction. I mean, they have a what is it, like a going forward lane and a going backward lane. But when you get to intersections, it's like there's no, kind of light in many places, and people just kind of go. They just kind of use the honor system. And you see like women with like babies like strapped to their chest, and they're like on these motorbikes. So the first thing is that the majority of people have like these little speed motorcycles. They're not like full-blown motorcycles, but little miniature kind of motorcycles. And that's what they use to like get around, like the majority of people. And like I said, there's women on there. They have like little babies strapped to their chest, no helmet or anything on, just going where they need to go. And, my first thought was, well, what happens when somebody gets in an accident, And they were like, well, here there's a lot of people that are, Hindu, and they said, basically they believe that you should help your neighbor. And if people get in an accident, they just work together to like fix each other and resolve fix each other's like vehicle or whatever, and resolve each other's issue. And it's kind of like the belief is that you do kind unto others, that kindness will happen to you. And when I tell you that those are not just words, I felt that. I felt that when I was there. Like everyone that I interacted with, I felt like was going out of their way to you know, be nice, be kind, to be helpful. And I definitely felt that. I definitely felt that. And I really liked it there. Um, what else? What else? So I did end up going to the fabric district there. And it is like, it reminds me, I guess, of like what you see on TV in New York, where you just see, and it's, yeah, I would say New York is probably the closest, where you just basically see these streets just full of like places, like just side by side, kind of, not booth is the wrong word, because it's more than a booth. It's like an actual structure, but you just see side by side by side by side by side by side, just these kind of structured buildings with like no door front. They kind of had like sheets or fabric, I guess, coverings over them. But when you walk in there, there's just nothing but fabric just everywhere. And so we went into a couple of those places. And then they do have some places that are more like commercial places that look more like a traditional like store. That, and I went into a couple of those places, and I actually bought some fabric from a couple of different places. But the prices are cheaper than what they are here in the United States, but they were not the cheapest prices. Malaysia by far had the cheapest prices of any of the fabric. And so the one thing I did learn about, I'm going back and forth just telling you all the things I can think about. But one of the things I did learn about Bali is that there are very few places that make their own silk in Bali. They just don't have the infrastructure. So they import a lot of their silk from China, but they do, so the silk is not made in Bali, although there are a few places, but not many. But the silk that I got in Bali, well, one of the places they did make the silk. And it was extremely expensive, probably more than I would ever pay for any, but I got it. But some of the silk that I bought, it was imported from China, but they hand dyed it, they hand put the I'm gonna call it design, batik or whatever the design, I'm gonna call it design. That's what I'm gonna call it. That's probably not the right word. Hey. You said you have a coworker that's from Indonesia. Yeah, I loved it there. So our only place that we were in Indonesia was in Bali. I mean, there were a couple of places that we were in that was in Bali. It's a beautiful place. They have tons of waterfalls like all over the place. It reminds you of like the tropical. I felt like I was in the jungle sometimes, just like walking around in some of these places, and it was just beautiful. They have like a lot of rice fields, so they make a lot of rice there. That's one of their agricultural things that they make, and they ship it out to other places like China and other surrounding places. But yeah, it was really nice when I was there, and I really, liked it. And what I liked about too, where we stayed, so we stayed in a place that was more like with the local people. So we were there for 7 days. Like half of the days we stayed like more with the local people, and then the other half we stayed more in the tourist areas. And so it just allowed you to be able to have like both parts of it, like a vision for like both, what it's like on both sides of the fence, so to speak. And so after we left there, and if I think of more stuff about that, then I'll come back and tell you. But after we left there, so I went to 2 fabric places while I was in Bali. And then after we left there, we went to Singapore. And Singapore is like, it's probably one of the richest, it's actually the richest place of the 3 places that we went. And it's very expensive. I mean, very, very expensive. So there was a dress that I had wanted from there. It was kind of like I forget the name of it. I wrote it down, but it's basically like the Japanese style dress. And it was like $3,000 US. I was like, oh no. So of course I didn't get it, but I bought some fabric so I can make my own. I need to find a pattern to make it, but I tried it on. I did try it on, take some pictures of me in it, because I was like, oh, this is so nice. but I was not going to pay 3,000 US dollars. And so that's the other thing. In Bali, if I remember correctly, don't quote me, I have to look it up, but I believe that Bali's money, it was like 14,000 of their, I think it's rupees is their money to one US dollar. Yeah, I think it's like 14,000 of their money, rupiah, I think is what it was called, to one US dollar. In Singapore, it was, I think, 22 cents of their money to one US dollar. And so the dollar was worth more in every one of the areas. And I forget what it was when I went to Malaysia. Oh, let me see. Yeah, thank you. I hope that you're going to see me more, because I got all these lives lined up and I definitely plan on doing them. But thank you, and I appreciate you coming on. But yeah, so the money, US dollar, goes a long way in all of these places because the dollar is worth much more. And things outside of Singapore, which again, Singapore was the place that was, it was very expensive there. So even though the dollar is worth more, it was still very, very expensive, there to be there. Everything you did was like expensive. The other places were definitely reasonable. So Kuala Lumpur was the place that I said, I started looking for a house. Like, I could live here. I could totally live here. I feel like I'd never heard of the place before I went, and it's definitely like a gem. It's definitely like a diamond in the rough. I don't know if a lot of people know about it, but I never heard of it before going. I will definitely, at some point I want to go back because I want to go to Thailand. And if I go back on that side of the country, the world, I should say, I will definitely make a stop there. Definitely make a stop there. Oh, so let me tell you about Malaysia. And I'm going to do another live at some point where I'm going to show all the fabrics that I got. I got a lot of fabrics and how much I paid for them and all that. So stay tuned for that one. I got to figure that out when I'm going to do that. I know there's been other people that have traveled, so I'm trying to partner up with a couple other people that have taken some international trips, so that we could all talk about it. But I will definitely be talking more about it, showing all the fabric that I got, doing a fabric haul sometime sooner rather than later. But Malaysia, the price is like out of this world. I'm just going to give you an example. I bought some, what is the name of the fabric that you put underneath your dresses to kind of suck you in? I forget what it's called. It's not coming to my mind right now. What is it called? Mesh. Thank you, Peach. Thank you, Sierra. Thank you, Brittany. Yes, it's kind of like the shape, what we use to kind of suck us in, and we put it under there, the mesh, the power mesh. So the power mesh I got for $1 a yard. They just had so many fabrics. Everything was just so inexpensive. I almost thought it was just unreal how much. So I bought some fabrics that were just like regular fabric that had like some of the batik designs, but they were just regular, like, rayon or poly mixed blend fabrics that were just regular, because the price was just so out of this world, like, and the quality was really good. So I'm like, I felt like I could, if I ever go back over there, I'm gonna take an empty suitcase and come, who knows what I'm gonna come back with. I did take an empty suitcase, by the way, but I'm just gonna go with no clothes and just 2 empty suitcases, because you can just, the fabric district or the fabric places in No, they have pretty much a fabric district too. They don't call it that, but it is pretty much the same as what they had in Bali. It's just they have places that have floor to ceiling, like level, and you just see rolls and rolls of fabric in it. But it's just so inexpensive. I have to go. I got all my receipts. I can't tell you by memory now, but just put it like this: I brought a lot of fabric. I barely made it back. Barely made it back. All right. Okay. So that took a lot longer because I was running my mouth. But we did our basting stitch to the bodice, and now we are moving on to the sleeve. So I'm just going to put this up here. Not going to pin it, and we're moving on to the sleeve. So here's the sleeve. I did one sleeve already, and now we're going to do the other sleeve. So I put everything together that we need for the sleeve. And so you have two pieces of elastic that you need for the sleeve. One goes on the shoulder, the upper part of the arm, and then one goes in the actual sleeve itself. So you have a guide for both of those pieces. And then you have a front arm piece and a back arm piece. And it does not look like what you're used to seeing in terms of the arm piece. It looks more like a circle. You can see that. It looks more like a circle, a half circle, but it is your sleeve. The front and the back both look exactly the same, front sleeve and the back sleeve. And then you have your, ruffle. And so for the ruffle piece, the first step, I'm going to move the sleeves out of the way to the side, and we're going to deal with the ruffle piece. So again, I've fallen in love with this sleeve. I like it. You will see it again. I will be doing it on other things. But basically you have this piece, it's this wide. Your first instruction is to fold it in half, to press it, and then you are going to do, fold it in half, right sides together, press it, and then you're going to do a stitch along the top, and you're going to do a stitch along the bottom, and then you're going to turn it inside out, and then we're going to press it and then baste along the bottom. So again, I said that really quick, so I'm going to say it again. You're basically going to fold it in half, right sides together, and then you're going to do a stitch across the top, and then you're going to do another stitch across the bottom. So let's do that first. And then we'll move on to the next step. And I'm doing this at 5/8 of an inch. Oh, well, it helps to turn it back. I didn't turn mine back, so let's start this again. I still had it set to a basting stitch. All right, and I'm gonna do the bottom part the same way. 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. And you are also going to trim these. So once you do those stitches, then you're going to trim. Let's see. Let me make sure I didn't miss any questions. Yes, this is a Nomi summer pattern. It is Nomi 2042, and we are doing the dress. And so right now we are working on the sleeve. We have just finished this bodice, the front and the back, and we are working on the sleeve. So, and I've done one of the sleeves already, which is what you see right here. So right now we're creating the ruffle. So we just stitched, we folded it in half, right sides together. We stitched across the top and the bottom. You fold in half long way. And oh, no. I'm getting my pinking shears because I'm actually going to cut it with my pinking shears. So you cut it fairly close, top and bottom. There we go. And then you are going to turn it inside out. And you're going to press it. So let me get my mat. So I think the longest part we already did, which is really putting that bodice together. That probably takes the most time. The sleeves go together fairly quickly, and they are probably one of the easier steps in putting this together. Let me see. All right, and let me get my iron. So I'm just pressing this. So Brittany, you're doing corset training? Is that like taking corsets? Thank you so much, Sabs, for the gifts. I appreciate you. Good to see you. Thank you, Miss Tata, for the likes. I appreciate you. Yeah, I have fallen in love with this sleeve. It is just you say you're teaching yourself how to draft one. Okay. Oh, that fits you. Look, I know it's going to turn out beautiful. Everything you do, everything you put your hands on turns to gold. So I know when you finally get there, it's going to be everything. I can't wait to see it. If it's something if you make one that is for us to see, it may not be for us to see, which is good too. But hey, Julianne. Hi, Susie Q. I'm trying to keep up with. Hey, Carmen. Thank you. I know I had a lovely holiday. It was great. It was great. But I'm going to be honest with you, I've had enough travel. Because when I got back, I was home for like 2 days. And then I immediately went down to Atlanta because we went to the So Much Talent retreat, which was everything. I had an amazing time there. It was so good. And I went to Fine Fabrics for the first time, which blew my mind. I was definitely overwhelmed being in there, but I do plan to go back. I love Atlanta. So besides the airport, which was a hot mess. But what airport besides BWI? That's the only one that's like not a hot mess. But all the rest of them are a hot mess. But went to Atlanta, and then I had like back-to-back work trips. So I came back from Atlanta, I went to Florida, left Florida, and went to Hawaii, which is so devastating what's happening in Hawaii right now. Definitely praying for them. And then I left Hawaii and went to San Diego, and then came home. So I've been gone the whole month of July. Got back in August. So I am happy to be back. Okay, so this is your ruffle piece that we have created, and we are now going to baste stitch that open edge. We are going to do a basting stitch on that. It says baste and stay stitch it, so technically I think I just skipped the basting stitch, because if you iron it down enough, it shouldn't move. So if you are worried that it might move, then I would definitely say put a basting stitch, because it is a pretty long piece that you are ironing. But Yeah, so it's baste it first and then stay stitch it. Let's see. Stay away from Denver. Yes. So let me tell you, look, you heard right, but I don't know if any of the airports, but definitely Denver. So I don't even know if it was, yeah. So I don't blame so much the airports as I blame the airlines. But yeah, I when I was on my way to Hawaii, I had a flight so my flight from, I was in Orlando. I took a flight from Orlando to Denver, and then from Denver to Las Vegas, and then Las Vegas directly to Hawaii. That was how I was going to get there by the time I needed to get there. Okay, let me just see. What are we doing? Okay, 5/8 inch is the stitch, is what we're doing for this thing. So I'm stitching 5/8 inch. So anyway, my flight ended up getting delayed by 3 hours out of Denver into Las Vegas. My flight, I was supposed to have my flight from leaving from Las Vegas to Hawaii was leaving at 6:30 to get me to Hawaii it's a 6-hour time difference. So I forget whatever time. I think I was getting there by 9:30 at night. So I landed at 6:30. I ran over there. The plane was still on the tarmac, but the doors were shut. They would not let me on the plane. So long story short, and it is a long story, but long story short, the airline ended up putting me in a hotel, and I ended up staying the night in Vegas, which, some people won't be mad about that, but I would have much rather been in Hawaii, trust me. Because the hotel that I stayed in, it was one of those hotels where I put the table up against the door, the chair up against the door, and I slept with one eye open. But yeah, I ended up staying the night in Vegas and flew out the next day. So yeah, that was my experience flying out of Denver. But I've had similar kinds of experiences. Never had to be put in a hotel, but flying out of Dallas, another airport that is not my favorite. I've had 8-hour delays in Dallas all day. And so one of the things I started doing is trying to fly the day before, which I'm not also a fan of because I fly so much, I travel so much. Like, those days add up. Thank you so much, Sabrina, for the hand heart. I appreciate you. Oh, let me see your story. Let me see this, Mika, what you said. Flying out of Houston was bad for me. Yeah, look, Dallas I'm not a fan of. You like flying out of Dulles. BWI is like my favorite. I'm telling you, no airport, in my opinion, is better than BWI. I'm just putting that out there for the record. You said Columbia, South Carolina is always smooth. I have not flown out of Columbia, South Carolina, so I can't speak on that one. But I'm glad to know that you've had good experiences there, just in case if I ever have to fly there. Hi, Ashley. Hi, Susie Q. Let me see. Yep, you heard right. Stay away from Denver. Although some people, Top Notch said she has not had any issues with Denver. Your son just got stuck at Denver airport a few weeks ago. Look, that was probably because this was let me see. I was in Hawaii. I guess that was last week. Time flies by so quickly. It was at least a week ago. So we might have been, the same issue. Yeah, it was, and his items were already on the plane. Yeah, so look, let me tell you, that's what happened when I got to Hawaii. So my luggage, even though they didn't let me board the plane, they put my luggage on the plane. The plane was still on the tarmac. They were loading luggage, but everything was locked. So they would not. So my luggage made it on the plane. And let me tell you, so when I finally did arrive in Hawaii, so Carmen, thank you. I'm giving you a little shout out because of Carmen's trip when she went out of the country. She was like, make sure y'all get air tags when you went out of the country, blah, blah, blah. So I got some air tags. And I was like, for when I went out of the country, and it definitely gives you like a little peace of mind that you see your luggage. You can go and track it and see where it is at any given point in time. And I used it when I went to, flew overseas, when I went to Indonesia and Singapore, Malaysia. It definitely helped me. But it also helped me when I got to Hawaii, because when I knew when I was sitting in that hotel in Las Vegas that my luggage was in Hawaii, because I looked at it. I was like, because when I left the airport, I was like, where's my luggage? And they were like, oh, we think it made it onto the plane, because it was still showing on the app that it was at the terminal in Las Vegas. And they said, we think it made it on the plane. Either it's on the plane or it's waiting to be put on the plane, the flight that you get on. And so I'm at the hotel just relaxing and, again, got my one eye open, one eye shut. And I look on there and I can see that my luggage is in Honolulu, Hawaii. And I'm like, oh, my luggage is there. So they wouldn't let me on the plane, but they put my luggage on the plane. I was feeling some kind of way about that. So when I got to Hawaii, of course, I was expecting for them to put my luggage out, like on the rest. So I waited as the luggage was, coming around. So every single person got their luggage except for like one person. I went over there to the desk and I was like, look, I don't have my luggage, but I can see by the air tag that my luggage is here. And they basically used my phone to help find my luggage in the airport, because we didn't know where it was, but we knew it was there somewhere. So it saved the day. So if you travel, get your air tag, because you will know where your luggage is. You know what? I don't know if they have air tags for Samsung. I really don't know. I feel like it should it should work with any, because it's Bluetooth. So I think, but I really don't know. I don't really know. Anybody know if you can use an air tag? I guess I would have to Google that and see. But yeah, air tags you can use. Oh, so Tia said they do have it. Or they do work with Samsung. But I would say it's worth it. You can basically get 4 for $99, and it's worth it. It's worth it if for nothing else, your peace of mind. It is worth it. Okay. All right. Okay, so we got our ruffle done, and now we're gonna move on to these sleeves. So you're gonna take your outside sleeve first. Let me see. This is the front. And let me see. Am I using the sleeve front? Okay, so you're going to take the sleeve front first. That's piece number 13. And you are going to pin the ruffle to the outer curve of the sleeve. So the outer curve is the wider outer piece. And just notice that your sleeve has, you'll know your sleeve from the bottom to the top. Let me lay it down so you can see it more clearly. But basically your sleeve has this little part cut out. It's where where it attaches to your arm piece. So you'll notice that on one part of the sleeve, there is like this extra little cutout piece. And so that helps you to make sure that you because again, when you're putting the ruffle on, there's a wider section and then there's a more narrower section. And the wider section goes at the top where you have that little curved part, but on the opposite end. And you're going to align the raw edge. So the raw edge of the sleeve of the ruffle to the raw edge of the sleeve. That's how you know what edge to put it on. And so then you're just going to pin it. You'll pin that all the way around. And this is the part, well, after you put the, this is where one of the parts where you use the bias tape to cover this edge, but I'm going to use, I'm going to serge it once I finish, and I'll tell you when I'm doing it. Let me see. Oh, so you said Samsung version is called Smart Tag. Yeah, it's definitely, they have for the Air Tag, and I'm sure they probably have this for the Samsung tag too. The Smart Tag, they have all kinds of little devices or little pouches and things like that where you can, they have like a key ring. They have all kinds of stuff that you can do, that you can put it in to help you track other things, like your keys, for example, in addition to your luggage and other things. And I've seen videos where parents put them in like little necklaces and stuff like that for their kids, so they know where their kids are, like if they're sending them to camp. Or put them in their the tongue of their shoes. I've seen that on Instagram, where a parent stuck them in the tongue of the child's shoe and sewed it right back up. Now they last, I think it's a year or 2 years. I can't remember. They don't, it says there's no ability to charge it, which it fits perfectly on the Apple Watch charger, but why you can't charge it means that, every year, I forget whether it lasts a year or 2 years, but that basically means you have to buy another one, which I feel a little bit of a way about that, but it is what it is. You said smart tags take a battery. See, that's what I'm talking about. So you don't have to spend $100 it's either a year or 2 years. I can't remember what I remember reading about how long they last, but they do tell you the tracking app on the iPhone, Find Me, tells you when the batteries are low. But I feel like it should be able to charge. It fits perfectly on a dang on Apple Watch charger. The fact that they don't let you charge it, or that they say it doesn't need to be charged, I'm feeling some kind of way about that. I ain't gonna lie. Like, you should be able to charge it. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying, I'm very sensitive when I feel like, there's a money grab situation going on, because I like to spend my money on what I want to spend it on. Anyway, I'm working on trying to get this thing to be lined up and fit perfectly. So you might have to manipulate it a little bit to get it to fit. So that's what I'm doing right now, stretching it out. Making sure it fits perfectly so it lines up completely. Let me see. Right. Exactly, Rachel. You hear me loud and clear. Like, everything you ain't got. Look, give us something. You ain't got to make a dime off of everything. Because all it does is put all that stuff back into the world. And, why? Why do we need that? Why do we need to have 50 million air tags in the dump, poisoning our earth? But don't get me started. Okay. All because you want to make extra money. I'm just saying. You said I'm not a bag traveler. What does that mean? I'm not a bag traveler. What does that mean? Tia. That mean you don't take any luggage with you when you travel? Is that what it means? I don't know. I never heard that term before, bag traveler. Big traveler, okay. Yeah, I love to travel. I travel for work. I travel not for work. It's so crazy because, like I said, I was just telling you 1 second ago that I've had my fair share of travel and I'm good. But then I see somebody on the beach and I'm like, I could be there. Let me see. You said what? Oh, you said don't get you started. Look, I'm here for it, because let me tell you, I'm well, let me say this. I'm here for it when I have the emotional bandwidth to be here for it. But I'm also sometimes I gotta protect my energy. So, I don't say anything, but I gotta, do that too. So anyway, Rachel, you and I are on the same page, and just know we're on the same page. I just posted on the threads the other day my frustration with the airline. And I didn't call no specific airline out because, look, I have a favorite right now, but they hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Okay, so what we have done is we've pinned our ruffle to the front of the arm. And then the next thing that we're going to be doing is we are actually going to, well, let me tell you what the instructions say, and then I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. So the instructions tell you after you pin that ruffle to the outside of the front sleeve, you are going to stitch the inner and outer curved edges. So you're basically going to stitch on the inside of that circle. And then when you stitch it, you want to stitch at 5/8 of an inch, because you do need to have enough room to form a casing in which you're going to be able to put some elastic through. And that is what's going to give you this. It's going to give you this ruffle effect. So what you see is me stretching out the elastic that's sewn in there, and it gives you that ruffle effect with the ruffle that we just put in there. So you're going to stitch around at 5/8, and then you're going to stitch immediately another round of 1/4 inch. So it's going to leave you with, I guess, what is that, like a 1/2 inch middle, 5/8 on the inside, and then another 1/4 on the outside. And so what it does tell you after that is that you can use bias tape. Again, I don't use the bias tape. I serge the end afterwards. But let me back up. I'm sorry. What I didn't tell you to do before you actually stitch this, you need to put the other side of the arm sleeve on. So we're going to repeat this for the record. Make sure everybody has it. And by everybody, I mean me. So this is so we just pin the ruffle to the front sleeve. And now you are going to basically pin on the back part of the sleeve. So right sides together. And again, making sure that you have this little extra curved part is lined up with the top. So it's right sides together. You are now going to pin. You're going to pin this right over top. So you are basically sandwiching in the ruffle is what you're doing. You're sandwiching it in. So I'm going to start pinning this. And then once you have this entire pin, then you are going to stitch at 5/8 of an inch. And then you're going to stitch again on the outside of that, closer to the raw edge, another 1/4 of an inch. And that's going to create a little casing in which we're going to put the elastic through. So now what I'm doing is I'm just pinning this top piece on and making sure I have it all lined up. There we go. Let me see. You said, oh, I would love to travel. I just don't want to go by myself. I just got my passport in the mail. Yay for new passports. I just got my new passport too. And hey, Felicia. So you know what, Tia, like you might want to think about travel groups. So travel groups are good for people who want to travel and don't want to travel by themselves. So when we went on this trip to, Southeast Asia, we went with a travel group. And part of the reason that, I wanted to go to travel group because neither of us had ever been to that side of the world. I keep saying country, but never been to that side of the country or that side of the world before. And I was really concerned about, like, I don't want nothing to happen. I don't want to get stuck. I don't want no problems. I wanted somebody that was going to be familiar with the customs and what we do and what we don't do and that kind of thing, where to go and where not to go. Would I go there without a travel group now that I've been there? Yes. But I did not feel comfortable going there without the travel group for my first time. So there were 40 people in our travel group that went there, did this. So 40 people did the first leg of the trip, which was Bali and Singapore. No, I'm sorry. Yes, they did Bali and Singapore. No, they did just Bali. So there were 40 people that just did the Bali part. And then half of those people did not do the Singapore, Malaysia part of the trip. I think that's how it went. I can't remember now. But anyway, it was a big group of us and it was really good. And there were some people who were there by themselves. Like everyone that was there was not a couple. There were some people, like some girls that were doing a girls trip, but there were definitely people in that 40 people that were not there as a part of a couple or with their significant other. They were just lone travelers. And it was, I mean, you make new friends and and it was great. It was really great. I would definitely, do a travel group again. I mean, I guess I would say the downside is that, they make they set the agenda. And so you kind of doing what they set, but that wasn't a bad thing. I mean, but if you like more control, you might be paying for things that you don't participate in, and you don't have a problem with that, then, it's okay. All right, let me see. I think I have this all lined up. And now we're going to start our stitching. Let me just make sure I have this lined up right. Yeah, I'm going to make this a little bit. All right, I'm just going to pin this a little bit better. Making sure that everything lined up the way I want it. There we go. It was African American Travel Group is the name of the travel group that we went with. And there's a couple of other ones that we looked into. Let me see, who is that? Owens. I think I'm saying your rating right. Owens. If you send me a message, direct message, I will send you the groups that we looked at and what we liked about them, or vice versa. Just so you have all the information if you are looking to go with the travel group. Have I put the elastic in the sleeves yet? No. So I am right now just pinning it, making sure I line it up. Everything's lined up. And then I'm about to stitch it together. So the elastic goes in after you stitch both the 5/8 inch stitch, and then you have to do closer to the raw edge another stitch about 1/4 in, and then you put the elastic in. And I think I used a safety pin when I did it before, but you could use a safety pin, or you can use one of these little kind of tools. You can use one of these. You said the elastic. Yes. So you are using 1/4 inch elastic. So let me show you. You can see this is the elastic. So it's the 1/4 inch elastic that you're using. And that's all you really need. Yep, you don't need anything bigger than that. And it slides right in perfect. That 5/8 inch and then doing it closer to the edge, like 1/4 inch, is perfect. It gives you exactly what you need spacing wise to get that elastic in. All right, okay, so I have it all pinned. Again, let me just tell you what I did before I stitch it down. So you have both the front sleeve and the back sleeve. You took the front sleeve and you put in the ruffle piece to the outer edge. So this is what we call the outer edge, this part right here. This is the outer edge. You pinned it with the raw edge lined up. So the raw edge of this sleeve to the raw edge of the ruffle, which is encased inside here right now. You can't actually see it. You want to make sure that the bigger part of that ruffle, because that ruffle is big at one end and then it gradually gets smaller towards the other end, The bigger part of that ruffle is towards this end that has the armhole piece. So it's got that little curved part. Once you pin that down, then you're going to take the back part of the sleeve, again, right side facing. So you want to make sure that the right part of this sleeve is facing the right part. So right side's facing, and you're going to pin this around, sandwiching in the ruffle all the way around. And then the next part is you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch all the way around, and you're going to actually do a stitch. So this is not a basting stitch, it's a regular stitch. And then after you do the 5/8 of an inch closer to this raw edge, you're going to do a 1/4 inch, a stitch at 1/4 inch all the way around. And you're going to create a little casing inside in which you're going to put the elastic, and you're using 1/4 inch elastic, and we're going to stuff that in there. And then, and I'll say this again when I finish, but in the instructions, they have us finish off this inside of the sleeve before we turn it inside out. You're going to finish it by putting bias tape on the outside of this. I bought 1/4 inch bias tape, and it's very teeny, and it was so hard for me to put it on here and stitch it. So I don't know if I wasn't doing it right, or it's just I don't have the skills yet to do it. But what I found worked better for me is once I get it done, I just basically do a narrow serge all the way around, and it gives it a clean finish. And then once we do that, before we turn it inside out, we do have to stitch 5/8 on the inside of this part. And then we're going to, are we turning it? Nope, we're not going to turn it yet. We're going to put our elastic at the top of here, but I'm going ahead of myself. Let's take one step at a time, which is to put those 2 stitch lines in here, one at 5/8 and one at 1/4. So let's go. Let's get it done. Yes. So girl, I am sandwiching it on the sleeve. I am sandwiching it. So tell me if you missed any part of what I explained about the sandwiching part. Because I want to fixing to be driving. Looking forward to seeing you complete. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you spending some time with me on this Friday. So I'll say it again really quick because I want to make sure if you're sewing along that you get this piece. Let me see. Okay, you said nope, you got it. Typed it before you explained it. Okay, great. Yeah, I know sometimes I'm going over it, so I just try to make sure that I'm explaining, especially if I have somebody that's either sewing along or planning on sewing it after this sew along. I want to make sure you have all the instructions that you need. So definitely don't hesitate to ask if I say something or go too fast or whatever. I want to make sure you have what you need. All right, so we're doing our 5/8 inch right now. Regular stitch, not a basting stitch. Thank you, Tammy. So I got this fabric from Fabric Wholesale Direct. I think that's what it's called. Fabric Wholesale Direct. Yes, I think that's what it's called. I mix the name up sometimes. But I bought it a while ago. And I've been trying to make sure that I'm using all these fabrics that I have before I start buying. Well, I ain't gonna say before I start buying new fabric, because the truth is I'm still buying fabrics. I just need to, I got like all these bins of fabric. I need to get rid of these bins. I need to start using this fabric. So that's been my goal, is that even when I'm buying new fabric, that I gotta use this other fabric. I cannot just keep buying fabric. One, I don't have anywhere to put it. I'm out of space. Yes, I mean, they got a lot of good options, and I found a lot of fabrics that I like on there. They got a lot of good options, and the pricing is really good. So that's the other thing I like about them. And if you start an account, you get points, for doing reviews, and it adds up. All right, I'm so close to being done. This first stitch. Oh, you know what? One other point, which I didn't do it here, it's not a huge deal, but you do have a little bit of extra room. You should. I don't. Not on this sleeve. I did on the other. At the ends of these. And so all it is going to make it just, if you stretched it out to the very ends, which I did on this one, I didn't do it on that one. But you're just going to have, when you fold it, when you connect it, you're just going to have a little bit thicker, but not a huge deal. Anyway, okay, so now I finished my first stitch at 5/8. I'm going to do my second stitch, which is creating the casing. And then I'm going to put my elastic in. And then I am going to, sorry, I have a little fold right here, so I'm going to take that out. Then I'm going to put my elastic in, and then I'm going to serge it just to finish this end. And then I'll stitch on the inside circle in the inside part of the sleeve. And then we'll turn it inside out. Let me just fix this piece. So when you're lining it up, you should, and I don't know why I didn't think about that as I was sitting up here stretching it all. I just thought about it as I was finishing it. You might have like a 5/8 of an inch at the end of each part of this, at each end of the sleeves. So don't worry if your ruffle doesn't fit perfect from end to end, because it's not supposed to. All right, there we go. I had a little fold in there. I don't know how I got in there, but it did. And now I am taking it out and just restitching that piece. Oh man, here's another one. I ain't cool with it. All right, now I'm doing my second stitch. Here we go. I'm almost done stitching this, making this casing. Oh, it says before you sew, it says you check the end of the sleeve if it is wide enough for your hands. So I did. So what happened is when so at the point where I checked the sleeve is when I stitched, after you stitch that second, then I put my arm through it, and I check it to make sure. Because right now, the way that the seam allowance is set up, you're doing 5/8 inch. So if for some reason it's tight on you and you need more space, that inner stitch that we're going to do on the inside of the arm sleeve, if you need to take that out and make it, 1/2 inch or 1/4 inch, you do have a little bit of room to be able to do it with that side. And that way you don't have to take out that end. Well, you really don't have much room to take out this end with your ruffle because you need enough room to do the casing. And so you definitely need the top part to be 5/8. But you can play around with it. But I definitely did it on this one. So you'll just be able to see. And so again, it's not meant to go all the way up your arm. So it's just going from here. So this part will attach to the dress part, and then you'll see. So it definitely has some room to it. It's not too tight. See, I have like room. I don't know if you can see that, but it's room in there. So I would definitely say in this, so I sewed a size 14. But I was nervous about it. I'm going to be honest with you. I was definitely nervous about whether it would fit because I had never put a sleeve together that was this shape before. So it's not something that I could visually look at and say, oh, this is definitely going to fit me, or it's not going to fit me. Thank you, so girl. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm really excited about putting this dress on. I feel like it's going to be so super cute. I'm very excited. So if it fits, which I feel like it is, based on my measurements, and I'm cutting a size 14. So I keep saying I'm cutting a size 14. I normally cut a size 12. But again, because this fabric I'm using really doesn't have any stretch, it's like, I didn't want to do all this work only to not be able to fit it. So, all right. So I've created my casing, and the next thing is to put the elastic through. So you have 2 pieces of elastic. You have a longer piece of elastic and you have a shorter piece. So this goes around your shoulder piece, and this goes around your in the casing that you just created on your sleeve. I am going to use a safety pin to push it through. So I have I had a little safety pin. Maybe I'm not going to use a safety pin. Maybe I'm not, because I definitely need a smaller safety pin, which I did have. Oh, well, maybe. Oh, let me see. Maybe right here. I have this magnet with all of these pins on it, and I feel like there was a safety pin on here, but not. Let me see. I think I have it over here. No, I don't know what I did with it. Watch it pop up after I'm finished. Okay, well, let me see if I can fit a big safety pin through here. Can I? Okay, maybe. All right, we're going to try with this big one. I like a safety pin on personally because it's easier to push through. But I don't know if this larger safety pin will make its way all the way through this. But we will see. We will see. Okay. So far, so good. All right, I'm pushing it through. You said sometimes I think they don't choose the best fabric. Yeah, I mean, it's all about personal, preference for sure. And that's what I'm going to tell you. One of the things, and I've said this before on other lives, but one of the things that I have learned throughout this process is that, you know, fabric choice is huge, and that don't discount a pattern based on what it looks like on the cover, because I have seen many, many patterns where, people will say, like, my famous story is, when I first started sewing with Carmen, she's like, oh, get this pattern. And I go into Joann's and I get this pattern. I'll be like, I know she's not going to have us in here sewing this homely looking dress or shirt or whatever. And she finished her thing, and it's like, oh, okay, because I don't have the vision for that. I don't have really a creative mind like that, where I can like take something that looks like, my grandmother's house dress that shouldn't be worn in public, and turn it into like, oh, you wearing that in the club, and people are like, where you get that dress from? Who's your designer? Like, I just don't have that vision. It's got to be on the cover looking, well, I used to be, it has to be that way. But now I'm like, you know what? I look at something and I've gotten much better at being able to see it in a different way than it is on the cover. Whether it is I'm gonna make some modifications, or I'm gonna just use a completely different fabric that's gonna give it life. So yeah, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Let's see. Yeah, I totally agree. Yes, I do. I need some small safety pins too. Definitely need some small safety pins. I only have one, and that one has kept me from buying more, because I'm like, you know what? I got this one, but I need, as you can see, I can't even find it. My one little coveted safety pin is somewhere, but I got a whole bunch of large safety pins, but no small safety pins. So I'm very happy that this has made it through. And you know what I just realized? I probably should have serged this before. I should have serged it before. So actually, I'm going to take it out and serge it. Sorry. Because it's going to be much harder to serge this with this elastic in here, because it immediately, shit. You know what? Sorry. I'm going to pull this through and just pull it out on the other end, because it immediately starts to, as you can see, it starts to give. So I'm just going to pull it all the way through. I'm almost done at this point. So I just feel like if I try to serge it, oh, look at that. I don't think it may not make it. It's one little section. All right, there we go. You say you just did that and now you regret it. I struggle with making outside the box, thinking outside the box with sewing. Yeah, I struggle with that too. That's really my weakness. Uh, you said you was wondering what that was. What was it, Tydri? What, this sleeve? This? Tydri? All right. Okay, I got it through. And now I want to, let me see, maybe I can still serge it. Let me see if I can straighten this out a little bit, so I don't have to take this whole thing back out and push it back in again. Yeah, I definitely serged it first when I did the first sleeve. Oh, you say you think outside the box, but this local stores don't have the fabric. I feel you on that. I feel you on that. Look, that's why fabric shopping online has been my friend, my thing. I do it regularly, too regularly is what all these storage bins would say, because I definitely have my fair share of fabric for sure, and still buying more. All right, I'm gonna try to serge this. Let me see. So you can see me. I'm gonna try to serge this. We're gonna see. Just gonna stretch it out and serge it. All right, let me think. Oh, my magnet thing. Ah, yeah. This is my magnet. It's actually all of this stuff that's stuck to this is stuck to like 3 magnets stuck together. All right, I'm pulling it out. I decided. I've changed my mind. I'm pulling it out and I'm serging it. Yes. So I did 1/2 already of the skirt. So the skirt does have, it has, you can't see it because it blends right in, and I didn't do it with a different color. But right here is it's a pocket. It's a pocket right here. It's a welt pocket. So I did one of the welt pockets already. Oh, so that is another thing that takes the time, is the welt pocket. So yeah, so that's another thing that, so it's the welt pocket, the bodice, the welt pocket, and then putting the actual skirt and the bodice together is super easy. Takes almost no time. Okay, so I took it back out, and now I am serging this end, and then I'm going to put the elastic through because it's easier to serge it. So I have my serger. You can't really see it. It's off camera, but it is here. And I have a narrow serge. I set it like it's a rolled, I set it on a rolled hem, and I made it so that the width is narrow, so it doesn't cut into my opening. Oops. There we go. Ooh. And I'm just going slow to make sure I don't cut off too much of my opening so that I don't lose it when I'm trying to make it more difficult when I'm trying to put that elastic through. Yep, that looks good. All right, there we go. So that is done. Much quicker then you can't really see it, but the edge is all serged. And now we're gonna put this through. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, let's see. My problem is I think the outside. Okay, the bottom short skirt portion on the mannequin is the full skirt from the pattern. Yes, it is the full skirt. I did not shorten the length at all. I did not shorten the length. So I don't. You can't. Oh yeah, you can see it. So you can see where it potentially comes down. And I don't know if. Let me see. I don't know. Let me just pin this on real quick. So we can see together. It's the arm. And there is a placket that goes down the middle. So this also does not touch. These don't touch. There's like pieces that go on each side. So yeah, it lines. I mean, it's a little bit of overlap, but by the time you stitch them both together, 5/8. And if you do need it to be a little bit longer, again, that's another area where you can stitch it together. So you're only stitching one part, but where you stitch together 5/8, you could do it less than 5/8, so a half. Or the only problem with that, now I'm thinking it through, is that your placket, where is mine? So I have them right here. It matches exactly. So if you lengthen this, if you take out some of the seam allowance of this, you will have to adjust it on these because this matches this perfectly, minus the seam allowance. So it's definitely made. It's going to be short. These are going to be short if you, and that's where your buttons go and your buttonholes go. So if you do decide to do that, if you haven't started sewing and you're just kind of watching so you could plan, if you want it to be longer, then you will also have to lengthen these plackets where your buttons go and your buttonholes go, so that, because it's going to encapsulate this edge. So you'll have to make those longer. Hey, Julian. You said it's mid-thigh. Yeah, it's not it's like maybe 1.5 inches or so above the knee. So yeah, I would say it is probably not church work appropriate without doing, well, I guess it depends on your body type too. Yeah, that's what I would say. It depends on your body type because everything fits people differently and your preference. So I'm not going to just say body type, your preference. But if I made this again and I wanted to like maybe wear it to it's something that's like more than like what something work related or something, and you can also put straps on the sleeves. So I watched Dewana's live sew along, and she talks about like you could put some straps on the sleeves, like just if you wanted some extra support. And so like if I was to make it more, like appropriate for work, I might consider not going to work, but like some kind of work related outing, like if we did some extracurricular or something, then I would probably do one that was a little bit longer, maybe like right below the knee, and I would probably put oh, you're taller. Yeah, I would definitely, let me see if it has height on here. So they have a hip. The measurements that they have are bust to waist, which I mean, those are helpful for sure. And then they also have a hip 9 inch below waist. So they measure from there. And then a back neck to the waist. But they don't have anything for the lower part of the body. So you wouldn't be able to look at this and know, but it might be on the pattern itself. Let me see. does it tell us? And let me see if there is a lengthening line. I can see it already. There is a shorten and lengthen line on here. But it does not give you any measurements. But there is a line. So if you did measure yourself and measure this, how it fits on you. Let me just see for me. So for me, it's coming like, and probably after the seam allowance, it's coming, yeah, probably the same way it fits on the, it's coming like right below, right, maybe like an inch above the knee is where it's going to hit me, I think, based on just that rough kind of look at it. So you could definitely, there's a lengthen and shorten line on the skirt, and you could use that. Yep, you could definitely use that to lengthen it. All right, I'm almost putting this through. Almost done getting this through. Yeah, I would definitely say this is a pattern because there are so many, different steps to it. You want to make sure as much as possible that you're going to be able to fit it. That's what I would say for sure. I would definitely do whatever you could do, because the worst thing to do is to make it all the way to the end and have a beautiful dress that you can't wear. And that has happened to me only once, and I ended up giving it to my daughter because she was smaller, and it could fit me. It was just much shorter than I like, that I'm comfortable with in terms of size. So I was like, well, it was beautiful. It turned out great. It just was short. So I was like, well, I'd rather give it to somebody that I think is going to wear it and get some great use out of it than to just hold on to it in all its beautiful glory when I know I'm not going to feel comfortable putting it on. All right, so I have finished putting it all the way through. All I'm doing before I stitch up the end is I am pulling the elastic all the way through, stretching it out so that it's evenly distributed. All right, let's see, we are almost done. Just pull it through a little bit more. Oops. I'm beating up my sewing machine. All right, I feel like that's gonna be it. Yep, there we go. All right, so now that I have it all the way through, I am gonna stitch just a quick stitch along the casing. Oops. I'm going to just cut this thing off. So I'm just doing a quick little stitch back and forth. And then I'm going to do the same thing on the other end. Just a quick back and forth. There we go. Okay, now we finished that. And so the next step is that this is where, again, the next step on the instructions is putting the bias tape. We skipped that step because we serged. And so then that takes us to, that takes us to, let me make sure, are we putting, we already put the elastic in. That's step 22. And then it's telling us to do a hem at the bottom of the sleeve, which I will do later. So the other thing I typically do is I typically don't hem on camera. I hem unless it's a part of the construction of the garment. So I'll try it on and finish it. So I'm not going to hem the bottom of the sleeve. I didn't hem it on this one. Oh, did I? Oh, I actually did hem it. Sorry. I hemmed it. But I won't be hemming this one. I'll hem it off camera because you'll get the feel, the look, how it's supposed to look without me having to hem it. So, oh, you know what the other thing we didn't do? I just realized we did not stitch the inside of this. So we do need to do that. So let me pin this before we can't actually turn it inside out until we stitch it. So let me just pin this and then we'll do a quick stitch 5/8 of an inch, and then we will put there's an elastic that goes on the sleeve, and so we will put that elastic in. Then we'll be able to turn the sleeve inside out. So I'm just pinning that inside part of the sleeve so we could stitch it at 5/8 of an inch, seam allowance. Lining up those raw edges and stitching it. Hi, Deja. Is it Deja? Dejanay. Hi, Deja. I've been calling you Deja forever until I realized your name is Dejanay. Dejanay. How are you doing, girl? You've been on fire. Like, that girl's on fire. All your souls, I've been loving them. I'm feeling them. I'm here for it. All right, 5/8 of an inch. I'm telling you, that last one that you did, I don't know what it was, but Sins of Many, like his, that top and those cargo pants. I'm like, I didn't buy that pattern, because I didn't plan on making it. But after seeing your look, I'm like, okay, next time McCall's goes on sale, I'll probably have to grab that pattern. I already screenshotted your look and put it in my little inspo, folder. Because I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get that pattern, and when I'm ready to make that look, now I got some inspiration because I didn't see the vision, but you brought it to, you gave it life. You gave it life for me. I love it. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Okay, and then I'm going to serge this piece as well. So this is basically the inside circle of the sleeve. Serge that. And that'll be really quick. So now you are going to fold over. So this is the other reason why you need to have that little piece of extra, because you do need to fold over a piece. So the other thing I did do when I did the other one is I cut out a little piece. So I might actually have to stitch this down again so I could cut this out. Let me just do this really quick. So because I took my ruffle all the way to the end, I don't have as much room to create my casing for the top of the shoulder piece. So I am just cutting out a little teeny piece in the seam allowance, but because I'm doing that, I need to restitch in that elastic so it doesn't move. Okay, there we go. And now I'm gonna cut this little piece. I'm just cutting in the seam allowance, so when I fold it over, it's not bulky. Like make a little, I don't know if you can see that, but it's just like a little edge, a little piece. And then I'm just gonna fold over and make a casing, a very narrow casing, just big enough to fit this 1/4 inch. And actually I'm gonna iron it so to make it even easier for me to stitch it down. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I really do like this fabric. I've gotten a lot of compliments on it. I got it from Fashion, nope, wrong name. Fabric Wholesale Direct is where I got it. It's the same place that I got the fabric that I used for Frock Tales Miami or Florida Frock Tales. I got this fabric too. And I have a couple of other ones that I got from there that are similar, of similar style. So I'm just folding down this upper sleeve part. I'm folding down a little bit, so I'm making a casing, and then I am going to stitch it like a narrow stitch, and then I'm going to slip through my 1/4 inch elastic to create and stitch it at the ends. All right, there we go. All right, so now I've got ironed it down, and I'm going to stitch it. And this is all before just making sure that I have enough. Doing the same thing on this side. Oh yeah, I definitely have gotten stuff from there a couple times, and I'm very happy with what I've received from them. All right, so we finished making this casing, and I am going to put this small piece of elastic. So you're using your piece 17, and because this is small, I'm going to use this loop turner. Well, I actually have another one that doesn't have a billion, that's not embedded by the magnet. And I'm just going to take this piece and just stick it through there. If I can get it in there. Yeah, they do have fast delivery. Really fast. All right, here we go. And I'm just going to pin this on the end so it doesn't go all the way through my elastic before I have a chance to stitch it. And of course that didn't go through, so let me try that again. All right, there we go. Yeah, so my challenge here is that I sewed this what do you call it? This ruffle all the way to the end, which left such little bit of room. So I'm making this work. It's not ideal, but I'm getting it through there the best way I know how. Oh, okay, let's see. Here we go. Okay. Can I get that through there? Please go through. Okay, here we go. It's going. It's going through. Fabric Wholesale Direct. Yes, that's right. If I didn't, I might not have been saying it right. I always mix the name up. Come on, come on, come on. Work your way through. There we go. There we go. Yay. Okay. Made it through. Let me just pin this. Okay. And let me pull this through. Thank you for not coming off. All right, I got it through. And let me just stitch this on the ends and we will be good to go. The other end. Here we go. Okay, so now we have put the elastic in the top, and you can turn your sleeve inside out. Again, I do still have to hem the bottom of the sleeve, but not a big deal. I will do that off camera. You can see. So let me stretch it out. There we go. So now you see. Here we go. And now you can kind of see. Here's the sleeve. Oh, put it on so you can kind of get a feel. I got to stretch it out. I feel like I didn't stretch the elastic out good, so it's not as crinkly as the other side, but you get a feel for how it is looking. So there we go. That's the sleeve. There you go. That's the other sleeve. All right, so we got the sleeves done. Sleeves are done. Here we go. Sleeves are done. Sleeves are done, and now we are moving on to the next section, which is putting the facing on the front. So we have two facing pieces. Where are we at? 1024. Y'all are hanging in there. You see her pattern looks so elegant. It's giving looks. Thank you. Let's see. Good price. Yes, I would totally agree. Good prices, fast delivery. Totally. Rich auntie on vacation. Yes, I would totally agree with that. I'm definitely going to be wearing this somewhere. I don't know where, but all right, let me keep it moving. So we are at step 28, which is that we are going to pin the front facing to the upper edge of the bodice, matching the large dots. So I had, where's my front facing? Here we go. So here is one, and where's the other? Back facing, front facing. Here we go. So one of the things I did in prepping is that I serged. So when you're prepping this facing, it tells you to do a couple of things. One, it tells you to finish the lower edge, the unnotched edge, and it also which is basically I think it is the bottom. And then it also tells you to fold in the curved edge, which is the part that aligns with the arm. Fold it in and press it. And so I did that fully with this piece, and then I just serged this piece. So what I do need to do with this piece, let me move all this stuff out the way, is I do need to fold. So you'll see that this one edge is one edge is straight, one edge has a little bit of curve in it, and it tells you to fold it. What does it say? Finish, turn in seam allowance on armhole edge of facing, and then you're going to press it, and then you're going to cut it down to 3/8 of an inch. So you're basically folding it in by 5/8, folding it under, and then pressing it. Pressing it and then cutting it down to 5/8. And I did not, to 3/8. So I just folded it to 5/8, but I did not cut it down to 3/8. I did not do that part. So I am going to press this now. There we go. And where's my... And again, because I want to make sure that this is right, making sure this short part is 5/8. So I don't have no problems. Just a little bit more, so I'm going to fold it and repress it. There we go. go. All right. So you all can see basically what it is telling us to do is we're taking this facing piece. So after you finish the bottom, I chose to serge it. The instructions give you a couple of different options for how you can finish the bottom. Again, I serged it and folding this piece in by 5/8 of an inch. Then you are going to, with right sides together, you're going to pin the front facing to the upper edge of the bodice. So that would be like this. You're going to pin it like this. So it's basically right sides facing. And actually, that's not the right one. It is going to be this one because you want, this is the folded part is the armhole edge of it. So you want that folded to be close to the armhole side. And there is a dot on here that you're matching up, but it's difficult to see on my fabric. And then let me just make sure with right sides together, you're going to pin the front facing to the upper edge of the bodice and you're matching those large dots, which it's basically on the corner. You're lining it up with the edge of it. Now the part that I wasn't too sure about, I didn't finish this in, but when you fold this piece over, it no longer lines up with this. So it's a perfect match if you don't have it folded. So this is what I'm calling a trust the process moment because the instructions tell you to fold it. And so I did fold it. And I'm actually going to take this off of here, but I'm just showing you where I'm pinning it. And I'm going to be doing the same thing on this side with this piece. So I'm lining it up to the edge. And I am pinning it. And there's actually like markings. There are notches that are cut in that do line up with this facing. So those markings for me, they do line up. So I'm less concerned about the fact that this doesn't go to the end because my markings do line up. On both garments, they line up. So, all right, with that said, I'm going to actually take this off because the next step is that I'm going to pin the front facing, match the large dot. I'm going to stitch across the top. So across this top part, I'm going to stitch and then I'm going to understitch. All right, here we go. And let me see, am I doing 5/8? I am stitching at 5/8. This is a trust the process moment. Definitely. Okay. And this. And I'm just not getting, how is that going to work? Why did we not do this? says slip stitch over the edge of the armhole. So let me just, see, this is one of those things where I'm like such a visual person. And, oh, this is what they want me to do. I got it. Okay. I got it. Okay. I got it. Actually, I don't need to do that. All right. So anyway, I stitched this down. I was trying to get a feel in my mind again how this was going to work being short, but you are basically, after you stitch this all the way across, and then you are going to understitch, which basically means that you are going to stitch this seam allowance down onto the facing like that. So it's basically going to be like this. Then you're flipping it to the inside like that. And under the armhole, you are turning this in. I think that's right. Let me make sure. Yes. And they want you to do a slip stitch. Yeah, it's not as complicated. Some of the parts I'm still like trying to wrap my head around, like this armhole piece. But it's not as bad. It's not as complicated. It's just trying to get a feel for all of the moving pieces. Let me just make sure that that is right. I think that's right. I think that is right. Oh, why? All right, bear with me while I am making sure. I'm trying to avoid a case of using the seam ripper. Turn facing to inside, slip stitch pressed edge over armhole seam. Turn it to the inside. Pressed edge over armhole seam. How do you do that? Unless you do it like this, which is possible. I think this is what we're doing. So anyway, let me just show you. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Miss Tata. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the gifts. Okay. So anyway, I'm coming back just again to show you what I'm doing. I am following the instructions, but I also want to make sure I understand all the pieces correctly. So anyway, this is the facing. What I did was I stitched it. This part I feel like is 100% correct. Match it up. There's a notch right here that matches up with the notch on your bodice. You're going to do a straight stitch across, which also should include stitching across this folded edge. I didn't do because again, I didn't fully trust the process, but nonetheless, you should fold it, cut it down to 3/8. I did not cut it down either, again, because I didn't trust the process, but it tells you to fold it 5/8, cut it down to 3/8, and then, turn in the seam allowance, which again is 5/8, and then press it and trim down to 3/8. That's what it's telling you to do with this end. Then you are going to understitch, which basically means that you are taking that seam allowance and you are stitching it onto this. Then you're taking that whole piece and you are flipping it to the inside. Now I feel comfortable with all of those steps. That I feel comfortable with. But the part that I'm not comfortable with, or not as comfortable with, is it's telling you to slip stitch This is the armhole edge right here. So you can see this is the armhole edge. It's telling you to slip stitch this armhole edge under this facing. And so the only way I could think to do that is to take it and fold it over under it and then fold it on top. But then that means that you are literally folding, you have to fold this whole thing has to get folded under, or else you're going to have some kind of crazy, situation. So yeah, there's that. So I'm gonna keep moving. I'm gonna do it, and then worst case scenario. Yeah, you said you do the same thing. You wait until you're sure before I trim my seams. Right? Exactly. 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 Because you don't want, you just want to make sure that you don't make any irreversible thing. The other thing I am going to do is, because I think this is right, but I think that everything I just said to you is the right way. We'll know in the end because we're going to keep it going. But I'm also not going to fold it under by 5/8 because I don't want to take that much of my arm in if that's really what I need to be doing. So I'm actually going to fold it by 3/8, and I'm going to press that. I'm going to press that down. So I'm just switching that up. Just again, y'all going through the motions with me, so you'll see. So when you do it, all right, there we go. So now what I'm getting ready to do is I am getting ready to put my understitch in. That's what I'm getting ready to do, is understitch. All right, so it's understitch, and now I am folding it, and I am just going to fold this under for right now. I'm not going to do a slip stitch right now, but I'm going to fold it under and pin it like a placeholder so you could see. You can't really see because I realize this fabric is very busy, so it's hard for you to see, but just know I'm taking the underarm piece and I folded the edge underneath. And this is all on the inside, by the way. And it's hard to tell what's the inside, what's the outside, because again, both sides are finished. There is no raw edge on the inside or the outside. Let me make sure I did this right too. No. Let me make sure. No, this is the outside. You know how I know it's the outside? Because I got the strings on the outside. So, of course, I would do all this before I realize this is the outside. So guess what? We got to take it out. I'm being punished today because I am using as much cautionary steps as I'm taking. I'm using my seam ripper more than I would like. Wow. Okay. Not a big deal. We're going to just take this off and keep it going. There we go. It's coming out. Oh, while I'm doing this, I can. You said good night. Good night, Deja. Well, I'm definitely going to finish it. If for some reason I don't stay on live to finish it, I will come back so y'all can see the look. But we're going to keep going for now. Y'all been hanging in there almost 4 hours. Yeah, this is why I really do like to make things before I get on live, because it just makes it flow a little bit. But, you know, it's not always possible. But the good news is you get to see, the process. And I think sometimes seeing the process is good. Oh, you know what? The other thing too, before we put this facing on, we need to put the sleeves on. I skipped right over that step of attaching the sleeve. So we're going to actually do that. All right, facing is off, or almost. Okay, facing is off. Put that to the side, and we are going to attach the sleeve. I think that will help us. Here we go, sleeve. Sleeve number 1. So attaching the sleeve, we are right sides together. We are pinning the sleeve. So right side is this side because it's the side that has the string attached to it. Right sides together. Okay, here we go. Right side, right side. Okay. No, that doesn't feel right. Here we go. Right side, right side. Here we go. Yep, here we go, because the notches are lining up. Matching up my notches, and I am pinning. Oh, can you see? Here we go. Pinning the sleeve. And let me see, matching up these notches as well. Thank you, Carmen, for the likes. All right, it fits perfectly. So we are matching up with right sides together. We're going to pin the sleeve to the armhole edge, and we're going to stitch. And then it says stitch again, 1/4 inch away. So you're doing 2 rows of stitches from the seam allowance. All right, here we go. So I got it attached, and this is what it looks like attached. As you can see, I know again it's hard to tell what you're looking at, but you're looking at the outside, and this is with the sleeve. And you have a little bit of extra, so it does not go all the way to the end. Your sleeve is down a little bit. So if you could see that, it's like down a little bit. All right, I'm stitching this on. Let me see. After this, it's easier. Yes, right. After you see this and get explanation, steps along the way, it definitely makes it easier. That's one reason I really like live sew-alongs, because particularly when you have somebody that's done it before, you can really get good instruction and ask questions. All right, doing 5/8 and then oh, of course, my thread came out. Yep, I totally agree though. Which is one of the reasons why I'm always inspired to do these sew-alongs, because I know how helpful they are to me. And I know by going through the process, you have those little tips and things that help you, that would have made it easier when you were sewing it. So I totally agree with you. What is this that I'm sewing? It was so thick. Oh, the darts. Oh, the darts and the almost done. This first sleeve. One second, just making one adjustment. Okay, there's that, and there's this. Okay, so I need to bring this down a little bit. Just lining this up so that I have some extra. Okay, there we go. Some fabric at the end, so I have some seam allowance at the end. There we go. And I am Lord. Okay, here we go. stitch this. Oh, what was that? Okay. All right, there we go. We got one sleeve on. I don't know why I feel like this light is flickering, but it better act right. Let's see, I need to get sewing projector. I don't have the patience to stick on. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Hey, Julian. Okay. All right, one sleeve on. About to put the other sleeve on. One sleeve is on. Other sleeve is on. And we're going to take this piece out too. And make sure right side to right side. Okay, there we go. And I'm gonna match my notches. Well, you know what I just realized? Did I not serge that? I didn't, but it's okay. I can serge it. I can still serge it. Okay, this is the 2. This is the 2. So I'm matching this. Matching up my notches. Yeah, I need to start. I actually bought a projector and I have never used it. And I do want to use it. I definitely do. I want to use it. I think once I get in the groove of start using it, and I got a whole bunch of PDF patterns that I have bought. I think once I start using it, I'm probably going to never want to go back to not using it. All right, here we go. Let's stitch this on. All right, let's stitch this on. And sewing it at 5/8. right, 2 sleeves are on. Now we're going to do the facing. So you can kind of see a little bit. Back is still open, or the front is still open. This is the back with the sleeves. And here's the front. So we're going to do the facing on the front, what we started. All right, here we go with the facing on the front. So where's my piece? Here's my piece. And we are taking this piece is going, nope, that's for this side. Make sure we're on the outside, which we are. Okay, so we're lining this up. I'm about to pin this down. I actually have black buttons. I played around with some gold, but, and again, the black is going to blend right in. But I feel like because this fabric already has so much going on, everything else, I feel like it was just clashing with it when I was trying it with different colors. It just felt like it was just too much. So I'm sticking with the black. Yes, this live will be saved, Tammy. It will be, so you will be able to access, you'll be able to access this on my YouTube channel, Let's Get Social. And I will be posting it also on my Facebook page because normally I'm live there and it saves there too. But for some reason it did not work. So you will be able to access it right on YouTube. Let's Get Social is my YouTube page and my Facebook page. So you can access it from there. So yes. All right, here we go. So I'm stitching this down, 5/8 of an inch. Here we go. And then we are going to understitch. So this is the facing piece that I just took out because I sewed it on the wrong side. I'm basically doing that same thing again. Just now I'm understitching. Oops. Went a little bit too far over. So I gotta take a little bit of this out. Y'all see my best friend. I be always with my, okay. Now I'm folding this over. And okay, now I see. There it goes. So it's a perfect line. Oops. Fold it first. And then, so it did what it was supposed to do. It was just a trust the process moment. This is the inside is what you're looking at. So this is the facing right here, the piece that I folded. So I did fold it instead of doing it at 5/8. I folded at 3/8 and I did not cut anything off. Basically folding it to the inside, and then you're taking the raw edge of the sleeve, and you are basically folding it up in there. And they want you to slip stitch this piece down so you have a clean finish on the inside. I will not be slip stitching this. I'm getting ready to take my, oh, I guess I am, because I don't want any seam, so I do have to slip stitch it up. So for right now, I'm using a safety pin to hold it down, and I will slip stitch it later because it's on the inside and I can do it later. So I'm just going to, okay. I'm just going to pin this for right now, and I will slip stitch it later. Okay, so that is that. Now I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. Same thing. So first things first, I'm going to redo this fold. So that fold on the arm edge, I'm going to do it at 3/8 instead of 5/8. And I am not cutting anything off. Same thing I did on the other side. Just don't burn me, don't burn me, don't burn me, don't burn me. Okay. There we go. What time is it? 11:06. All right. Y'all hanging in there? I'm hanging in there. Outside, outside. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see. Hi, Lynn. Welcome back, cake artist. North Shorts pattern. You made 3 pair. So you know what? That was another pattern that I didn't get. So remember I was saying earlier, like, you know, some things I just don't have the vision, but then when I see other people make it, I'm like, okay. And then I know Carmen and I think Tadri made it last night, and their outfits look so cute. And so it's like, I know if they picking it, again, it's about the fabric choices. The fabric choices, modifications, it's making it your own, you know, knowing that we all have preferences. And so the potential is there. You outside so bad without manly fit. You said you want to make one so bad without the manly fit. Well, Carmen and Tadri made Norris's pattern. I think it was last night or live. I'm almost sure it was. Oh. Okay, let's take this out. Let's put it in here. Go. Okay. All right. All right, 5/8 of an inch. Sewing this other facing piece on. Oops. And now I'm doing the understitch. And we folding it down. And folding this piece under. There we go. There we go. And I'm just going to pin this because I'm going to do this slip stitch later. This is all on the inside, like a finishing. So I feel like I'll be able to do it later. It doesn't have to be done to finish the garment. Okay, so we got that facing on. And let me see, what else? So back facing. So here's the back facing. Again, I already prepped this. Back facing one piece. And what it's telling us to do basically is to serge the unnotched edge, which I did. You're going to fold in each side. It tells you to fold it in, fold the seam allowance in, and then press and then trim it down. So what I did was I folded the seam allowance. I did think I did do 5/8, so I might end up shortening it if it doesn't fit this whole piece, but it looks like it will. So I'm going to pin this. This is the back that I'm doing now. Oh, so here's where we might get into an issue, which might not be an issue because I'll just serge it shorter. So here we go. So I'm basically taking, this is the outside. This is the outside. So here's the seam allowance. Here's the back facing. I'm basically doing the same thing I did on the front, which is I am pinning this to the right side, basically right sides together. I know I have the right side because the ties are on this side. So I'm going to pin this and then I'm going to stitch across the top and then I'm going to fold it over. And I'm going to fold it over, and that is going to be, that facing is going to be, that top is going to be finished. So it says, let's see, right sides together, pin back facing to the upper edge, matching centers, stitch, trim, and then understitch. And then it says turn facing to the inside and slip stitch the press edge over the other side of the armholes. Which there really isn't that much. So I am pinning these now. You said, I'm surprised you haven't marked the back of the fabric yet. Marked it in which way? Are you talking to me, So Girl? There might be parts that I'm missing because I wasn't looking at the screen. Oh, welcome back, Rachel. We are still going strong, believe it or not. We are still going strong. Let me just see. Where is my... Just matching this up. Okay. Okay, look, TikTok was about to kick me off. They said we need you to verify. I said, okay, I'm verified. Okay, so back facing is pretty much pinned, and I'm about to stitch this at 5/8. Stitch and then understitch. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, and now I'm doing my understitch. Let's see. right, there we go. And now I am flipping this to the other side. And one of my I'm pushing it down. All right, there we go. And I'm going to press this to make sure it stays. So one thing I'm going to do, when I'll fix later, is I need to serge this to make it smaller because I did it upside down. This circle, remember the large part is supposed to be more at the top, small part is supposed to be down the bottom. This facing is too wide. So as you can see, it shows down the bottom. So I'm going to just serge it, or either I could fold it under. But I'll probably serge it just to make it smaller. Just to make that smaller so you don't see it when you have the dress on. Okay, so back facing is on. I am going to press it. And then that takes us to, what's the next step? Next step is, so this piece is fine. It's this piece. And we're going to cover this. And this requires a little slip stitch too to cover the other part of the armhole. So I'm just sticking a needle in here to keep it down. And same thing on this side. That's it. And I'm just putting a little needle in here because I will be slip stitching it, just not tonight and not on live. Okay, so back facing is done. For the most part, I'm gonna press it so it lays flat. Okay. Next step is, so that's it. We're done with this and we are doing the skirt. And I'm very tempted to do the pocket, because the pocket is another thing that you can do later. And I did do one pocket ahead of time. I'm actually going to serge this like, no, maybe I'm not going to serge it. I'm just going to fold this under for right now. So there's two welted pockets, one on each side of the skirt, and it can be added later. It can be done later. If I add it later, it'll just let me go ahead and skip that step. I did do one pocket already. And so by doing it later, like I said, it will just let me basically construct the rest of the garment without putting the pocket, because the welted pocket does take some time. And I can do that off live and just post a video of me adding it, because I did do it already, one on this skirt. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Oh, let me see. Okay, so I'm going to skip for this live. I'm going to skip the welted pocket and do it later, because I can do it later. It's not going to impact me from finishing it. So for the skirt, so for this part, I'm done for right now. I'm just going to drape this on here. And yeah, I'm going to drape this on here. And I'm going to put the skirt together. So going to the skirt, I already put all the darts in. And so going to the skirt, I am going to put the back sections together. So this is the front, and the skirt back is piece number 11. So I'm going to take these two back pieces. Again, I already put the darts in ahead of time. I'm going to take these two back pieces and I'm going to put right sides together. Matching up my notches. This side. Yep, here we go. And put a pin and stitch. All right, and we're going to do 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. To the skirt. As much time as it took me to do this, I think I'm probably going to make this again now that I have an idea of what's involved in it. Hi, Sis Be Gone. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. No. Yes, we are not having company today. Not especially not stranger company. Okay, so back pieces are together. Boom. And what are we doing? And then that takes us to stitch the skirt front pieces together. To stitch the skirt front sections to the skirt back at the sides. Okay, so we're going to do, again, right sides together. I have one skirt back piece here and one on the dress form. So I'm going to put this one. So this is piece 7. Again, I'm going to add the welted pockets, but I'm just going to do them later. So let me make sure I have my notches. Okay, here we go. That's one. And that's one. Oh, nope, wrong side. So this part is pretty quick of putting the skirt together. Again, the longest part is doing that welted pocket. So I'm not dragging you through that right now. I'm gonna do it off live. so you can see it, because I can definitely add it. To the dress after the fact. All right, stitching this together, 5/8, 7-inch seam allowance. Here we go. When I start moving faster, I'm not gonna say fast, but faster, I always get nervous. Like, is this gonna be a seam ripper moment? All right, one front piece on, and here's the second front piece, which again has the finished welted pocket. Again, you can't see it unless I put it up close, but there it is. And now right sides together. I'm putting this piece on and matching up my notches. Thank you all for checking in, and for those that have been on from the beginning, thank you for hanging in there to see the end. We're moving like extra fast at this point. This is what extra fast looks like for me, by the way. Okay. Yeah, it feels good to be back. See everybody. So many people checked in today. It's like Tydri, Shishi, Britt, Julian, Carmen, Tanya, Miss Tata, Miss Carol, Auntie Carol, like Sabrina, the whole gang was here today. All right, here we go. All right. Rachel. Right. It's like they like me, right? Y'all all came through, and I appreciate it. Rachel, you came on and even came back on. I feel so special. Okay, so skirt is basically put together. And so the next part is to attach. I'm not going to hem it. Hemming happens offline, so we're going to skip that part. I am taking the bodice, which is this top part that we just worked so hard on for the last couple of hours. and I am opening out. So the instructions say open out the bodice lining, which is the end, the piece with the boning, and pin skirt to the bodice, matching the centers in the seam, stitch, trim, press, and press seams towards the bodice. Okay, so here we go. This is the bodice. Let me move this out. So you winding your bobbins. I know that's right. It was all out of black. Right. We always need black bobbins. I put a full black bobbin in my Bernina before I started because I knew we were going to use a lot of thread. Can never have too much black. Can never have too much. Okay. So opening out and I am attaching. So I'm attaching my, let me turn this on the wrong side. I mean on the right side out. So we are only, it looks like we are only attaching yes, we are only attaching the skirt to the outside. The outside, so the lining, we are not attaching the skirt to the lining. So it's right sides facing, and matching those notches. I'm always get excited when my notches match up perfectly because it's letting me know, like, you are. I mean, I know we should always match up perfectly, but wait a minute. That's not right. Wrong way. Okay, here we go. So I'm opening this lining and I'm only attaching the right side, the outside of the bodice. That is what is getting attached to the skirt. Matching up again, notches. So what you can't really tell what I'm doing, but basically the lining is, as you know, is two pieces. And I'm taking the bodice is two pieces, the lining and the outside fabric. So the piece that I'm attaching to the skirt is only the outside fabric. The lining is not getting attached to the skirt. It is only inside. And so basically what we're doing is with that piece is we are going to fold it under, the edge under, and then slip stitch it. But actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to serge it and leave it open. I'm not going to slip stitch it. I'm just going to serge it at the end to give it a finished look. And I'm also going to be serging a lot of this, but not online. When I finish it, I will be serging a lot of the pieces of the skirt just to give it a finished look once it's finished. So anything that's like exposed, any exposed pieces of raw edge, I'm going to serge it. You got a little yawn out of me. Thank you, Tydree. I missed y'all too. I was like, I'll check into live. I mean, I'm going to start getting back on because I do miss being on with y'all. I'll be so busy. Golly, my life has taken over. Life been lifing. But you know what? I'm going to find some time. That I'm going to do because I miss it. It's so much fun. Kind of just chatting and all that. Let me see who's there. Hi, Shauna. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, I'm just pinning this. Lining these pieces up. So I'm just lining up all my darts. Okay, that looks great. All right, there we go. I am working from a pattern. I am doing Nomi 2042, and I'm doing View A, the dress. So right now, what I'm doing, this part that I'm on, is attaching the bodice to the skirt to form the dress. So I was just lining up the darts, because there's darts in the top of the dress and darts in the bodice and in the skirt. I just realized my face is so oily. That looks so much better. All right. Here we go. We're going to be wrapping this thing up soon. All right. I am now stitching this together. 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. That's what we're working with. Oh. Like, what is that? Throughout this, you always have to make sure that you do not stitch those ties. It's easy for those ties to get caught up as you're stitching these. Where is my other one? Okay. Dress is top and bottom. It's attached. Ouch. Okay, so just so you can see a little bit of what it looks like. Won't be able to get the full look, but just so you can see where we're at. Okay, that's the bodice on the inside. So there is the part that I'm about to do next is So I don't know if you can see this, but this is the dress. Here's the strings. I haven't tied the strings around. But this part that goes on the front is the placard, which I've already prepped. I'm just literally have to stitch them on, which I'm about to do right now. And then these are where the buttons and the buttonholes go. So that's these pieces. But you can get a feel a little bit. So these two pieces, there'll be two pieces that will go right down here. And then so you can see the back. This is the back with the hole in it. You know, not the hole, but you know what I mean. The circle, you can't really see it well because it doesn't fit on this mannequin. It's a little bit bigger than the mannequin. This dress form is size 12 and this dress is a size 14, but you get a feel for how it is going to look. And then it'll have some cinching at the waist because I have these two bands, which I'm not going to undo yet. All right, so almost there. And then of course you see this, you can't really see, but there is a pocket right here. There's two pockets. Is there pockets on the back? No, there are no pockets on the back, just pockets on the front. So there's two pockets on the front, but I have one in, which I did ahead of time. And then the other. So you get a feel, you got a little bit of a feel. I'm gonna put the plackets on. Thank you, Shishi. I'm excited about it. There's like a couple of things that I'm gonna clean it up off live, but it's gonna be. I'm excited about how it's gonna look, for sure. All right. So next step is we are putting on the placket. And so again, I already did all the prep work. I interfaced it. I folded it over. And so it says turn in seam allowance to long unnotched edge. I already did that. 46 says with right sides together, fold the placket along the fold edge. I already did that. So I already folded it. So let me just say this. Thank you about the fabric, and thank you for the compliments of how it's going to look. I appreciate it. So on the placket, basically what you have is what you're going to do is there's a fold line, and the fold line is not in the middle of this. It's actually off centered, but you are basically going to turn it with right sides together. You're going to stitch at the top, stitch at the bottom. Then you're going to turn the fabric so that you basically have that stitched part on the inside. And then you're going to basically turn on the outside. And then but before you do that, you're also going to do that same thing. You're going to fold it on the unnotched edge so that when you turn it inside out or right side out, you have a folded edge, you have a raw edge, and then both of your ends of your placket are finished, if that makes sense. So I did that already with both of the pieces. The other thing too is that you do have markings. There's 10 markings because there are 10 buttons for this. So these are the markings. They are on the inside, and I actually used tracing paper to put them on the outside. You can't really see them, but I can see them. They're in white. So I put them on the outside of both of these pieces. So those are the things I did beforehand. And I should have really put the holes in. I should have put the buttonholes in too, because my buttons are, what are the ones with the little piece at the end? I forget what they're called. But anyway, it's not buttons that I sew with a sewing machine. So, yeah, it's not buttons that I sew with a sewing machine. Anyway, I'm going to put this part on, both of these parts on. And then I think I'm going to try it on even without the buttons, because I want to see if I can give you a feel for how it's going to look. I'm probably going to take some safety pins and just kind of pin it, so you could get a feel for how it is going to look without you having to stay on live for probably what will be another 30 minutes or more for me to put 10 buttons on this fabric. I have a dry skin. Okay. All right. So we're going to attach this placket. So with right sides together, fold. We already did that. pin the placket to the front opening edges, having the raw edges even, and then we're going to stitch. So that is the part that we are at. We are at pinning the placket on to the front. So let's just make sure that we have the right side. Okay, here we go. Right side. So it is right sides together. So this is right side out. And I'm really happy with how this is turning out. I feel like it looks better than what it looks. Okay, so I am pinning this. Okay, so one thing I do see right away is that I do need to finish this hem because the placket needs to line up with that. And it's not going to line up if I do not finish this hem. Well, thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so yeah, I am gonna need to finish this because otherwise it's going to be, well, let me pin this just so I can see. I'm gonna pin this. Well, you know, this is what I would say is that, you know, the pattern picture is very summery, spring colors. And these, well, for me, this is my spring. This is my version of spring, spring colors. But for some people, they would not see this as being summery or spring-like. So I'm just saying for the record. Okay. And there are also notches too, just so that you know. There are also notches on the outside of the bodice and the dress that line up with this placket. So you'll know that you're pinning it on right because you'll see those notches. Hi, Tydree. Thank you for staying on, hopping on IG. I appreciate you staying on my YouTube too. You gave me all them hours, girl. I appreciate you. Now, I feel like this placket is also a little bit short, even though I followed all of the, you know, all of the instructions, including keeping all the seam allowances. I didn't shorten any. I did it exactly as ordered. But I feel like it's a little bit short because the hem is only supposed to be 1/4 inch, and this is going to be longer than that, even after I do it. So this is at least 1.5 inches. 2 inches. Only 2 inches, 1 3/4 inches shorter. Well, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. Okay, I'm going to pin this. I am gonna finish the bottom, but I'm not finishing it now because I feel like I can pin it. All right, here we go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, I'm stitching this. Oh, you say you on both. Okay, I'm here for you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so appreciative. I really am. Oh, snap. We want to do the outside. Ooh. All right. So that's the first placket. Again, I know you can't really tell, but it is on there. It is on there. All right, I'm gonna put the second one on. And then I'm gonna try it on and pin it and see if I can give you a feel for how it is gonna look. I'm gonna safety pin it closed so you can get a feel for how it looks. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna, I'll work on cleaning this whole thing up. Getting it all cleaned up and serging it and all that good stuff. Okay, almost a try on time. I think we're gonna be able to. Give you a nice little idea of what it's going to look like. And I'll show you my buttons that I got too. So you'll just see those. Before, I'm not going to put, I mean, I'll put them on off live, but I should have made those buttonholes in these. That way they would have been done. Could have sewed them onto that placard, the placket, and been, it would have been done right now if I would have did those in advance. All right. Let's stitch this down. I think we're gonna be good to go. All right, here we go. Oops. Okay, I'm down to the last little piece. And here we go. All right, I'm going to, so second one is on. You can see. So let me go see. I'm going to see if I can try this on and give you a reasonable feel for how it is going to look. Let me see. I got some safety pin that I'm going to use. Oh, look at that. I found my little one. I think that was in there. All right, this should be enough to give me a feel. So let me try it on. All right. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me put this on, and I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of a feel for how it is gonna look. So I'll be right back. I'm still putting it on, trying to pin it up. Got a little bit of an idea. Okay, so here we go. So this will give you a little bit of an idea. Let me see who's there. Oh, okay, you all are there. All right. So one of the things I will say is that it's definitely, I think, cut a little bit small. So I would probably need this is a size 14 that I cut, and I'm probably gonna need like a size 16 maybe. I mean, the fabric has a little bit of stretch in it, so I feel like once it is, I might be able to still get it on once I have the buttons. But I think what I'm going to do is, I think I'm gonna try to, because I did use 5/8 all around, as you all saw. So I think I'm gonna try to see if I can let it out a little bit on the sides, maybe go down to like 3/8 and see if that will give me enough room, because I'm just pinning it and I'm using the so you can kind of get a little bit of a feel for how it's going to look. And then of course you can't really tell the back because this is the back facing, it's flipped up, and I can't flip it back down without taking this off completely. But I feel like you don't have a full feel for how the dress is going to look because I don't have the buttons on. But you can kind of get a feel, kind of. So you can get a feel for the height. It is like about maybe 3 inches above the knee is the height. I got on some shorts underneath, so you can't really see. But yeah, so I would say, based on the measurements, it's probably a little bit, small, but a little bit, on the smaller side. I would definitely probably size up. Or if you use a stretchier fabric, then you might be okay. Because again, I feel like I can pull this over a little bit more, but I'm going to take it out on the sides and take it out probably and go from a 5/8 to a 3/8 and see if that makes any more of a difference in the size. And then I do have extra fabric left. So if worst case scenario, if I need to, I will, and I've done this in the past because I feel like the top part fits really well. It's fine. I have plenty of room on the top. It's really just from the hips down. So what I would do is I'll have, especially with this kind of fabric, because you can't really tell. It's such a blend. I will put like an extra little, I'll put like a narrow triangle. So start narrow at the top and come down. And that way it'll give me, I've done that on some skirts before. I don't know what it's called, but I can definitely bring it in. But I do like it. I especially love the sleeves. If you could see them, I really like them a whole lot. So this is pretty much what it looks like, except for closed. It would be closed. I also think it would make a great like overcoat. Or like not a jacket, but something you wear over. Like, so if you had like maybe some jean shorts underneath and it just buttoned at the top. Again, different ways that you might wear it. So even if you do put the buttons on it and you can fit it, it might be just another alternative for how you could style something like this, especially because it is on the shorter side. Yeah, right. You can add it with some leggings. I will put like you know, a little necklace, my little favorite necklace. I have other necklaces I need to find, put on, but, you know, give you some, you obviously need something at the top, give you a little, you know, a little something to add to it, probably something more bolder. But anyway, this is it. This is it. I'm gonna finish it, and then when I finish it, I will post some pictures so that you can see the finish, and then I will also post a separate video of me doing the welt pocket, because again, the one I have in here is on this side, and you don't really need to. I'm thinking like whether I will actually add the other one to it, but basically I have the one here, and I may not add another one because I might spend my time focused on, you know, enlarging the bottom so that it fits the way I want it to fit. So that is basically it. Thank you. Oh yeah, let me show you. I wish you could see the back a little bit more. Don't worry about this top piece. That's the facing. It just came unfolded because it's not stitched down. But it is nice. I do like it. And when I finish it completely, put all the finishing touches on, widen the bottom a little bit, I'm gonna start by taking out the seam allowance and see how that does. And then I stitched these plackets on at 5/8. So I have a little bit of room there too. I might take these out and stitch it on maybe at 3/8. So that gives me a couple of inches on each side there, a couple of inches on the sides there too. And I think that might be exactly what I need. That might just give me enough room to be able to fit in it comfortably. So I'm going to try those things first. And then I'll get back on. So anyway, thank you all of you for staying on for this 5.5 hours. I appreciate it. Thank you for all of the Sabrina, thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you for all the gifts. I appreciate it. And I will let y'all know, let y'all see the final product. You definitely deserve it for hanging out with me for 5.5 hours. And I will see y'all. I will be back on Sunday and Monday and then next Friday. So busy week. But I will see y'all. Thank you. Oh, thank you for all the roses. Thank you. And be on the lookout for the final. I love these sleeves. I'm telling you, I love them. I feel like these sleeves are too much for this fabric. I'm gonna do it on some plain fabric so you could just really, you got to get into these sleeves. They're just so bomb. I like them a lot. Good night, everyone. Good night. Thank you.